Have you ever wondered how close you've come to danger without even realizing it? At Shivering Vault, we take you there, one story at a time. But before you drift off, consider liking this video, commenting where you're watching from and at what time, and subscribing to keep these chilling stories coming. Now, let's dive into these unsettling tales. I'd never been too fond of anyone at my local school. They were all a little rude and boring for me. You see, I grew up in a small area with not many people interested in art like I am, so I had to venture off from home. I found myself attending a pretty rural art college. It's sort of like a normal university, except it's full of big-headed people. The only reason I'm here is because I've always wanted to be an illustrator, a kid's book designer of sorts. I'd had a keen interest in children's media and classic books such as the Arthur series, so when I was sent to live at this college, I was taken aback when I realized a lot of the other students here were all fine artists. You know the kind, the ones who like to splatter paint onto a canvas and claim it's art. I'm not really big on that sort of thing, but I didn't question it. I settled into the new place pretty quickly. I was sharing a dorm with a few other students. There was myself, a graphic designer named Josh, a director and animator called Lily, and one more guy called Daniel. Daniel was one of those fine artists I just described to you. His room was decorated with photographs of distorted women, and he always had weird music playing too. It was sort of like trippy 60s stuff. He also liked to smoke, so his room smelt like an old ashtray. It was pretty gross, but he was a nice enough guy and we all got along well. We soon became a tightly packed group of friends. It was the start of a new term for us, having all came back from home after spending the summer there. We unpacked our things and began talking about what we'd done over the break. I went hiking with my stepdad. We did one of those summer camps, said Josh. I spent most of my time with my girlfriend. We watched films and went to see some plays too, Lily said. She did a lot of whining about missing her sporty partner, so we were happy they'd had some time together. I hadn't really done much worth mentioning, just the usual stuff, parties and trips with my family, nothing that special. I was just about to pipe up and speak when I got interrupted. I was at the dentist, we heard Daniel say. My father is a doctor of sorts, so he let me come with him and explore the hospital. My favorite place was the dentistry. I got to touch and feel teeth. It was cool. We all stared at him, a bit confused. Were you allowed to have random strangers go into hospital rooms, let alone play with the equipment? We didn't really care. We knew Daniel was that sort of guy anyway. He was known for getting into trouble for the sake of art. That was always his excuse. We all spent our first couple of days getting to grips with our assignments, finding out what we had to do. Naturally, my task was to study some illustrators and mimic their styles. Josh spent some money on a new Mac for design tests, and Lily had to start playing about with claymation. It was a pretty nice vibe when we were all at our dorms, talking and swapping ideas. At least, it was nice until Daniel started insulting us. He'd never been the same since he came back from summer break. He seemed more cold and distant. He never told us anything about his projects, not even what the subject was. It was pretty normal for him to be reserved, but never this much. At nights, he'd make himself dinner, shut himself in his room, crank up the music, and not be seen until the next morning. The rest of us would go out places like bowling or down to a local gig. Daniel used to happily tag along, but not anymore. We assumed that something must have happened to him, so we decided not to press him on it. One night, myself and Josh had gone out. Lily didn't come with us. She said she wanted to see if Daniel was okay, since he hadn't been talking to us for a few days now. We could see her point and complied. She spent the evening knocking on his door, trying to get him to speak with her. Just before we left, we saw it open and Lily step inside before it was locked again. Brushing it off, we headed out. We'd gone to see a movie and then for a few innocent drinks. It was fun, but we didn't get home till around 2 a.m. When we arrived back, Josh said goodnight and went straight to sleep. I didn't go to bed yet. I was pretty damn hungry. Drinking always made me hungry, so I raided our fridge and found some cold pizza from the night before. I was going to go back to my room when I realized something I didn't notice before. Daniel wasn't in his room, and Lily wasn't in hers. Due to Daniel's strange new behavior of locking himself in his room until early hours, and the fact that Lily never went anywhere without texting us, this was pretty weird. I went over to his door and gave it a knock, and it opened right up. It wasn't locked or anything. I assumed he and her had gone out with some of his Ponzi art friends, but it wasn't like Daniel to leave his door open. I've always been a nosy son of a bitch, so I stepped inside to see if there were any signs that he had gone somewhere. His keys and jacket were missing, but he'd left his wallet on his desk. The other thing that was odd was that his laptop was on his bed, and still on. Curiosity got the better of me. Perhaps this could have been my chance to find out about the art project he'd been hiding. I mean, Daniel was a fine artist, remember? So it could have been anything. I noticed that he had a USB plugged in and 2 files on the screen. One was called Dentist Photos, and the other file was a singular image named teeth.jpg. I clicked on the Dentist Photos file. It was just pictures of people's teeth, as well as plastic models of teeth. Nothing interesting. I clicked back off the file and decided to check out teeth.jpg. Teeth. The image would be forever burned into my brain. It startled me so bad that I slammed the laptop shut, shaking as I sat back. I wasn't sure if I wanted to lift the screen again, but I knew I had to, or Daniel would know someone touched his laptop. I raised it, staring at the image for a brief moment before clicking away from it nervously. I then made a decision. I needed to show this to Josh and Lily in the morning. This was seriously messed up. I mean, I knew that Daniel was an artistic kind of guy, but this was insane. I quickly bolted back to my own room and scoured for my USB drive. Eventually, I found it and darted back to Daniel's laptop where I copied the image onto my USB. I stared at it for a little while longer. I was trying to dismiss it as mere photo manipulation, but there was just something so wrong about it. Perhaps it was the black, soulless eyes, or the fact that whoever or whatever this creature was, it was pulling up its mouth in such a weird and disturbing way. It almost looked forced, like this thing had been made to pose in this way. I shook it off as mere paranoia and fixed up the laptop so that it didn't look tampered with before I went back to my own room. Soon enough, I heard our front door open, then the sound of footsteps, then Daniel's door locking. Daniel was back home, but there were no signs of Lily. The next morning, I waited until Daniel had gone out for one of his lectures. Since it was a Friday, Josh and I had the morning off. I decided now would be a good time to show him the image. I asked him if he wanted to see what Daniel had been hiding from us. He was confused, but also eagerly said yes. I brought my laptop into the living room, loaded up my USB, and opened the image for us both to see. Josh's expression fell into shock before he started spluttering. What the fuck is that thing? I could tell by his reaction that both of us were on the same page. This couldn't have been an art project image. There was no way that this would pass as fine art, would it? I mean, sure, art can be creepy at times, but I couldn't imagine Daniel's teachers appreciating such a disgusting picture. I know that Daniel can be a creepy son of a bitch, but that isn't right. We've got to show Lily this. We both cut off one another, then paused briefly before looking at each other in confusion. Where was Lily? I realized that she hadn't come back with Daniel last night, and that neither of us had seen her that morning. When I explained to Josh, he began to worry. Lily was never the kind to just sneak off and not tell anyone. I picked up my phone and began to ring her mobile. For a while, there was silence. Then from Lily's room, we heard a faint buzzing sound. Josh got up and walked inside rather quickly. He'd never been one to go into girls' rooms. He came back out holding Lily's phone in his hand with a worried look on his face. She was gone, and we had no way to get a hold of her. Maybe she's just gone to a lecture and forgot her phone, I stuttered. Josh shook his head, chewing on his lip from nerves. No, Lily doesn't have lectures on a Friday, remember? She'd at least say hello to us and take her phone. She lives on that thing. She never stops texting her girlfriend. He was right. Lily's life revolved around her phone. We knew there was no way she'd leave it. Suddenly, it lit up. Someone was calling her. We both looked at it, then back at one another before Josh passed it to me. I brought it up to my ear before speaking. Hello? On the other end of the line was her girlfriend. I recognized her husky voice. Ah, Lily. There you are. Thank God you're okay. You didn't text me at all last night or this morning. I thought something was wrong. I cringed a little bit, realizing I had to break it to her that I wasn't Lily. As I spoke, I heard the girl begin to get upset. She was breathing quite heavily, and I could hear that sniffling sound someone makes when they cry. I felt so bad for her, but perhaps she was a chance to find out anything I could about Lily. Doh! Where is Lily? She hasn't spoken to me since last night. I thought she was just playing a joke on me, but now I don't know. I looked at Josh with a confused stare as he began to pace around a little bit. I put the phone on loudspeaker and asked her, "Why do you think Lily was playing a joke on you? Did she say anything odd?" "Yes," her girlfriend replied. "She sent me one message at around 1:30 a.m. I glanced at Josh, baffled, before I asked again, "What did the message say?" "Help me." Me and Josh had wide and worried eyes. Lily would never pull this kind of prank on anyone, let alone her own girlfriend. She always told us how worried she was about her getting paranoid, so we knew she wouldn't send a message like that unless she had a good reason. I continued to speak to the girl, but I was getting nowhere. I reassured her that we knew where Lily was and that she'd be calling her back tonight. Her girlfriend seemed suspicious, but agreed and put the phone down. Myself and Josh paced back and forth. We had no idea what this could mean. Why would Lily send a message like that? We continued to think for a while, deciding that until we knew where she was, we were going to skip our lectures. We spent a long time thinking over things and began to write down the connections we could make. Afterwards, Josh read out the list to me so I could think it over. First, Lily goes into Daniel's room at around 10 p.m. She's locked in. Then we return home at 2 a.m. During that time, at around 1:30 a.m., we know that Lily asked her girlfriend for help. You discover that neither Lily or Daniel are home yet. Daniel's door is unlocked and his laptop has been left on. You find the image and then leave. You then return to your room and heard Daniel come home, but not Lily. Lily is still not back home yet, but Daniel is. What the hell could this all mean? I thought over it for a while, then came to a conclusion. I didn't want to make this connection, but it was the only one I could think of. Daniel did something to Lily. We have to confront him tonight if Lily doesn't come home between now and then. Okay? Josh looked shocked, but he agreed. Daniel would be our only chance of finding out what happened to Lily. Later that night, there were still no signs of her. We knew that her girlfriend would be calling soon, so we decided to turn the phone off. We didn't want to reassure her with false information. It was 6 p.m. before Daniel finally came home. He looked rather startled to see us both standing there in the living room. He lightly placed his art folder and satchel down against the sofa as we both stood up. Josh spoke first, and I could tell he was trying to keep his composure. "Daniel, we'd like to have a talk. It's about Lily." Daniel's eyes seemed to widen ever so slightly, but it was nothing I considered worth thinking over. He tilted his head at us, looking confused as he asked, "Why? Is something wrong?" I shook my head. I didn't want him to think we were accusing him of anything. We would never get any answers out of him that way. He did look a little on edge, though, glancing away from us as he itched his wrist under his baggy gray jumper. He pushed his rather dark black bangs out of his face as he spoke. Then what is it? Is she okay? I mean, I know she left her phone here last night, so I suppose there wouldn't be any way to get a hold of her. We didn't say anything. We weren't too sure about how to proceed. How were we supposed to ask him if he did anything to Lily without him taking offense? I then realized something. It took me a moment to process before I spoke. You just said she left her phone here last night, right? How the hell did you know that? Josh's eyes lit up. He just realized, too. How did Daniel know she'd left her phone behind, unless they went somewhere? We already acknowledged the fact that Lily never left her phone anywhere, so how on earth was he aware of it? Daniel didn't answer. He was silent for a while before he pushed past us and walked into his room, slamming the door shut. We walked over to his door, banging on it harshly before he started shouting. Leave me alone. I have coursework to do. I'm sure Lily will show up tonight. Just stop being so paranoid. We didn't know what to do. Daniel clearly knew a lot more than he let on, but there was no way we were going to get it out of him. We walked back into the living room and slumped down. I ran a hand through my hair. What the hell was going on? I then realized that Daniel had left his bags on the sofa. He must have been too flustered to pick them up when he stormed into his room. I peered around to his door. He hadn't left yet, but I knew soon enough he would be coming out to get his bags. In a moment of madness, I picked up the satchel and emptied its contents onto the coffee table. I could see Josh's eyes widen before he whispered to me frantically, "What the hell are you doing? What if he sees you?" I didn't care. I needed to know anything I could about Lily. She was a roommate, but also a best friend. I couldn't just leave this to solve itself. I pushed through documents and came across what looked like a ticket. I crumpled it up and pushed it into my pocket, then found a zipped-up document bag. I pushed it into Josh's hands and told him to go hide it. He complied and put it in his room. I then quickly placed all the other stuff back into Daniel's bag and rested it up just how it looked before walking into Josh's room. I watched Daniel go back to the living room and pick up his bags before entering his room again. Josh grabbed the zip-up file from under his pillow as we both sat down on his bed. We didn't say anything. We just read the front cover of it. Teeth. It sent chills up my spine. I knew that whatever was inside would have a connection to the image I found on the computer, but otherwise what we saw was nothing like we expected. Floor. It was a series of photographs. The first was of what looked like an abandoned room of sorts. The walls were covered in old floral wallpaper, and the floor was just damp wood. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. The next pictures were of plastic tools. We noticed that they were linked to dentistry, like needles and drills. It was pretty creepy, but what came after made us both drain of color. There were photos of Lily smiling. We flipped through every single one of her. In each, she had her big toothy grin on display, such a sweet smile. One of its most distinct features was a large front tooth, the left one. We always found it cute, but now it was no laughing matter. We noticed labels on the back of the photographs and that each tooth on each photo was marked. There were notes attached that said things like remove or replace. It knocked Josh sick, and I was more terrified now than ever. We knew we couldn't confront Daniel about these photos. It would get us nowhere. We just sat in silence for a long time, staring at them in disbelief. I then remembered the ticket I'd found and stuffed in my pocket. I pulled it out with a shaky hand, bringing it to my vision. It read, group ticket, location, Station Road, date time, 28/09/2011, 11:34 p.m. We both looked at each other with firm gazes. that was just yesterday evening. We knew exactly what we had to do now. We had to find where Lily was. We didn't see Daniel for the rest of the evening. Josh had become incredibly paranoid. He asked if he could sleep in my room tonight. I thought it was a bit awkward, but didn't mind. I mean, he was scared real bad, so I didn't want to leave him alone. While Josh was sleeping, I printed off the disturbing image for referencing, then spent most of the night planning for the next day. I had already emailed our lecturers letting them know we weren't going to show up at this scared because we felt sick. I also checked how far Station Road was. To my surprise, it was only an hour's drive away, so I figured we could take Josh's car up there and look around for where Daniel and Lily had been. The whole time, I kept staring at the teeth.jage image. A horrible thought crept into my mind. I didn't want to think about it, but it could have been a possibility. Was the person in the picture Lily? Every time I thought about it, I'd shake it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid, but it all added up. The timing, the photographs, it would make sense. I didn't want to believe it, and I certainly wasn't going to until we found Lily. The next morning, myself and Josh got ready at around 6 a.m. We wanted to be out of the dorm before Daniel woke up, and we made sure to lock our own doors. We also decided to take Lily's phone with us. We didn't want to leave anything behind that would indicate we were being suspicious. Eventually, we left the dorm and got into Josh's car. I had brought along a small bag full of different things, such as the photographs, a flashlight, a camera, and a notepad with a pen. We loaded ourselves into the car and made our way towards Station Road, able to pinpoint it with my mobile GPS. When we got there, we found that it was in a rather abandoned-looking area of town. The place was practically deserted. All we could see were tall, crumbling buildings and little empty houses. We took out the photo of the room and began to walk up to each house. We pressed our faces to their windows to see if we could make out the floral wallpaper like the room in the photograph. We spent a good few hours doing this, but for nothing. We were getting pretty angry at this point. We just wanted Lily back. Josh got so mad that he walked up to one of the house walls and started kicking it harshly, shouting from the top of his lungs, "Daniel, you sick bastard!" Basement door. Just as he kicked the wall one last time, we noticed it begin to tear. Josh looked down at his foot and realized he had ripped what appeared to be a piece of painted paper away from it. He quickly tore down the remaining pieces to reveal what looked like an outdoor basement. The doors were rusty and scratched, but we noticed that the metallic handle was clean, as if it had been tampered with. Josh looked over his shoulder to me. I gave him a nod and quickly took a photo of the layout of this basement-like thing. Josh then walked down to the doors and gave them a push. To both of our surprises, they were blocked by a plank of wood, which Josh was thankfully able to remove fairly easily. We then opened the doors slowly and cautiously. Who knew what could have been kept in there? It was obviously hidden for a reason. If only we knew what was coming. Perhaps it would have saved us both from throwing up. As we stepped inside, we were met with a rancid odor. Neither of us knew what the smell was, but it made us both feel instantly sick. Josh gagged and coughed, covering his face with his shirt. I swallowed back vomit as I walked on. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it across the pitch-black stone room. We heard nothing, but as we walked further inside, the smell only thickened. It was getting so bad that Josh threw up behind me. He quickly composed himself and stumbled back upright before we continued. As I looked around the space, my eyes met with something on the floor that made my heart race, and the flashlight dropped from my grasp. It was Lily's knitted sweater, the one she always wore when we went out for pizza or bowling, with the same little torn threads on her sleeves where she'd chew on it. I could see Josh from my peripheral. His eyes were just as wide as mine. The last bit of color drained from his face. I picked up the sweater, holding it up in front of me when I noticed there was a large, thick blood stain soaked all the way through it. It started from the collar and became thinner as it went down. I was now the one to throw up. I collapsed onto my knees, puking heavily. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what to think. I soon composed myself and stood up again, gripping the flashlight as I put the sweater in my bag. Through blurred, teary eyes, I pressed on. From where I was standing, there was nothing left to see. Then, there was the flicker of a small switch from behind me, red light filling the corner of the room. Josh screamed louder than anything I had ever heard before. My stomach was in knots as I shined my light where he was standing. He was beside a large black table, just standing there in complete terror, blocking my view of it. I could only imagine what he was looking at, and I truly wish I left it to my imagination. I walked over to his side. There, I laid my eyes on the sight before me. It was Lily. She was strapped down onto a table, wearing nothing but her jeans. Her body was covered in thick layers of tape, keeping her strapped down. One of her arms dangled down to her side. The other was nowhere to be seen. Its replacement was a taped-up stub covered in bloodstains. I could hardly breathe. My stomach was so knotted and my breathing so tight that all I could do was stare. I looked up at Lily's face. Her head had been forced back, and we could see that her innocent blue eyes had been violently gouged out. They'd been replaced with thick, black wax that filled the holes. Her nose had been contorted and broken, snapped in many places, but the worst part of it all was her mouth. Her jaw had been forced open, her maw filled with the same black wax. Her teeth had been ripped out and misplaced in all different directions, and her lips had been stretched upright, tearing her cheek to reveal more teeth that had been pulled from her mouth. It gave her a contorted, horrible smile. Her face was covered in streams of her own dried-up blood. I stared at the hand that was holding the mouth open. It was her own. Her hand had been stitched to the ripped cheek. The flesh was torn and falling apart under her nails, which were cracked and chipped staples and little threads holding them in place. The red fluorescent light created horrific shadows and highlighted every grotesque feature now visible on Lily's face. I silently and numbly pulled out the picture of Teeth JPEG, stared at it, then looked back at the real thing. They were identical. Josh brought a shaky hand over Lily's cheek before he collapsed by the side of the table. I could hear him sobbing horrendously by her side before he passed out next to me. I too felt like I was on the brink of collapsing, but something caught my attention. I could feel the presence of someone else entering the room. But I already knew who it was. I knew now there was nothing we could do. I heard the doors slam shut, the plank of wood being placed over them. I heard the sound of footsteps inching closer and closer, until I could feel their presence behind me. I knew he was there, and I knew there was no way out. I heard his voice speak very faintly behind me. "I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it's okay. It's all for the sake of art." But that wasn't what made me collapse. I knew well enough that my fate was sealed. After he finished speaking, though, I heard one more tiny sound that made my heart ache and my tears stream further down my numb cheeks before my vision faded away and my hands slipped from the table. I could hear Lily choking. I remember it was a late autumn afternoon. The kind of day where the air feels crisp against your skin and the trees are dressed in their golden and amber leaves swaying gently in the cool breeze. You know the days I'm talking about, the ones where the sun is low in the sky, casting everything in a soft orange glow. For me, those are the perfect days to get away from everything, to find some peace and quiet. I had been living in the city for months, and I could feel it, the noise, the hustle, the constant buzz. It never stopped. The days blended into each other, and I couldn't even remember the last time I had a moment to myself. So I did what I often do when the weight of the world gets to be too much. I escaped. I grabbed my gear, packed a bag with a few snacks, a couple of water bottles, and of course, trusted hiking boots. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. It was one of those solo trips, the kind where you don't need a companion, just nature and yourself. The freedom that came with being alone in the wilderness was something I craved. No schedule, no obligations, just me and the trail. I drove to one of my favorite spots, a remote area deep in the California wilderness. It wasn't an overly popular spot, but that's exactly why I liked it. I didn't want to deal with crowds or people talking about the weather or asking if I had seen any bears. I wanted isolation, a chance to really experience the wild. The drive there was quiet. The road twisted and turned, winding through dense forests and rolling hills, the tires humming against the pavement. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape. I didn't mind. I was used to hiking into the evening. The forest seemed to come alive at dusk. Everything felt more alive, more present. I parked my car at the trailhead and sat there for a moment, just listening to the sounds of the wilderness. Birds cawed in the distance, the wind rustled through the trees, and I could hear the faint trickle of water somewhere off to my right. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and let the fresh, pine-scented air fill my lungs. After a few minutes of soaking in the serenity, I grabbed my pack and started down the trail. It wasn't a particularly difficult hike, just a few miles of gradual incline, but it would get me away from the rest of the world. The forest was quiet, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound I could hear. As I walked deeper into the woods, the daylight started to fade. The shadows grew longer, and the sun, which had been a warm orange, was now a muted pink. The trees around me were tall, thick with their dark trunks, their branches stretching high above, like weaving together to create a natural canopy. The light dimmed as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. I was alone. There was something about the solitude that felt comforting, but also unsettling. The forest was vast, and I was a tiny speck in it. A small, insignificant human in a world that was far older and far larger than anything I could comprehend. I pushed forward, walking at my own pace. The trail was narrow, only wide enough for one person, and the vegetation on either side seemed to grow thicker as I continued. The trees were close enough that they blocked out most of the fading light, leaving everything in a shadowy half-light. I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves as small animals scampered in the underbrush, but otherwise, it was silent. A few hours passed, and I found myself deep in the heart of the forest. I had walked further than I had originally planned, but the trail had been so peaceful that I didn't want to turn back just yet. The world around me was so quiet, so still, that it felt as if time itself had slowed down. The air was growing colder, and the only sounds I could hear were my boots crunching on the forest floor and the occasional distant call of a bird. At that point, I was starting to think about turning around. I knew the sun was setting, and I didn't want to be caught out here in the dark. But just as I was about to retrace my steps, I heard something. It wasn't much at first, just a faint sound, like a whisper on the wind. "Help! Please, someone!" I froze. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough that I couldn't ignore it. It was distant, muffled by the thick trees, but there was no mistaking the desperation in the tone. It was a human voice. "Help!" The cry came again, this time more urgent, more strained. I felt a chill run down my spine. In the wilderness, there's a certain silence that comes with being far from civilization. The absence of human sounds creates an odd kind of quiet that can sometimes make the smallest noise seem louder, more important. And this voice, this cry for help, was definitely important. My heart rate quickened. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. It was strange to hear a voice out here. This far in the forest, you don't expect to encounter many people. And yet here I was, hearing someone in distress, somewhere beyond the trees. I glanced down the trail behind me. It was still empty. The path stretched out behind me in a long, dark ribbon, but there was no sign of anyone. No movement. I couldn't hear any other sounds of life. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the steady beat of my own pulse in my ears. My first instinct was to turn around and head back to the trailhead. There were plenty of other hikers out here at times, but it seemed odd. The voice was so far away, yet so clear, it didn't feel right. Who would be out here calling for help in the middle of nowhere with no one else around? But the voice called again. Help! Please. I need help. Something in that plea made me hesitate. Maybe it was the desperation in the voice. Maybe it was the sense that someone out there was in genuine trouble. Maybe it was the sheer isolation of the forest that made it seem even more impossible, more strange. I wasn't one to ignore someone in need, and I knew this trail. I'd hiked it many times before. I had a good sense of direction, and I knew I could make it back if I needed to. Against my better judgment, I stepped off the trail. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining things. After all, the forest can play tricks on you, especially when you're alone. The wind can sound like voices, and the trees can creak and groan like someone whispering your name. But this was different. The voice wasn't the wind. It was too clear, too human. I took a few steps toward where I thought I'd heard it. The underbrush was thick here, and I had to push through a tangle of vines and small shrubs. The trees were closer together now, their trunks thick and dark, blocking out even more of the fading light. The voice didn't come again, but I kept moving forward, hoping to hear it one more time. Maybe then I could pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. But all I heard was the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of a branch swaying in the wind. And then, as I stepped deeper into the woods, it happened. The voice stopped. Just stopped. The silence that followed was thick, unnatural. It felt like the world had gone completely still. The air seemed colder, heavier, and I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me. Something wasn't right. I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The silence around me seemed to stretch on forever, and my thoughts raced. I glanced around, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. The forest felt different now. It wasn't just quiet, it was unnervingly still. There was no breeze, no rustle of animals in the underbrush, nothing. Even the birds had stopped singing. It was as if the entire forest had held its breath. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. My mind was telling me to turn back, to get out of here before anything worse happened. But the part of me that had stepped off the trail in the first place, the part that still felt responsible, the part that cared about helping someone in distress, made me take another step forward. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, but whatever it was, I wasn't prepared for it. I pushed through more undergrowth, the dense brush scratching at my arms, my boots making a soft, damp thud on the ground. The trees were packed so tightly now that it was hard to see more than a few feet ahead. The dim light filtering through the canopy gave the whole place an eerie, otherworldly glow. For the first time, I started to feel the weight of the forest around me, the oppressive feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to make a move. And that's when I saw it. At first, it was barely noticeable, hidden behind a massive pine tree about 20 feet to my right. The figure was barely visible in the shadows, but there was something about the way it stood that made my heart skip a beat. It wasn't moving. It wasn't calling out for help like I expected. It was simply standing there, watching. I froze in place. The figure was tall, impossibly so, almost as if its height stretched beyond the limits of a normal person. I could make out a tattered, ragged cloak draped over their body, the fabric hanging loosely from their frame. It looked as though it had been worn and torn by years of exposure to the elements, frayed at the edges. But even in the dim light, I could see that it wasn't the ragged clothes that unnerved me. It was the stillness. The figure didn't move a muscle. It didn't take a step forward or call out to me like I thought it would. It just stood there as if waiting for something. For a moment, I thought it might be some kind of hiker, someone who had gotten lost like I had and was waiting for help. But the longer I stared at it, the more I realized that something wasn't right. The way it stood, too rigid, too perfect, it didn't look human anymore. I tried to convince myself that I was just imagining things, that maybe it was a trick of the light or a strange illusion caused by the isolation and quiet. But deep down, I knew better. My mind raced. I should have turned around right then. I should have gone back to the trail, called for help, anything. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. What was this thing? It was watching me. And the way it did, with an almost predatory calm, made my stomach twist in knots. I took a hesitant step backward, not wanting to provoke it, unsure if it had even seen me yet. The air seemed to thicken around me, suffocating me with every passing second. I started to feel the weight of the decision I had made to step off the trail, to enter this part of the woods. It felt like a mistake, a bad one. Then, just as I began to turn, my peripheral vision caught something else. Movement. At first, I thought it was just the wind or the trees shifting, but no, there was another figure. This one was much closer than the first, no more than 10 feet from where I stood. It was hidden partially behind another tree, but I could make out its shape, its outline in the gloom, the same ragged clothes, the same unnatural stillness. My heart pounded in my chest. There are two. The two figures didn't move toward me and didn't make a sound. They were simply standing there, watching. It felt like they were waiting for something, waiting for me to make a move or to do something foolish. I could feel my pulse in my throat. I could feel the sweat gathering at the back of my neck despite the cold air. I was rooted to the spot, trapped in a way I couldn't explain. I had to get out of here. Now. And then the tension in the air, the stillness around me was broken. A twig snapped. It was loud, too loud. It wasn't the soft crunch of something small or distant. It was the sharp crack of a branch breaking underfoot, the unmistakable sound of weight shifting in the underbrush. It was close, too close. I whirled around, my heart leaping into my throat. The third figure, this one, much closer than the others, was emerging from behind a large oak tree. I couldn't see its face, but I could see its body, a thin, pale figure, barely clothed, its clothes as torn and worn as the others. My legs trembled, but I forced myself not to move. I didn't want to show fear. I couldn't. If I ran, I knew they would follow. But standing there, just waiting, wasn't any better. I turned slowly, looking from one figure to the next, trying to gauge how much distance I had. I couldn't tell if they were moving closer or if it was just my imagination, but I knew one thing for sure. I was in danger. Every part of me screamed to turn back, to run, but I forced myself to stay calm, to think. These figures, whatever they were, hadn't attacked yet. They were waiting. But why? I looked around, trying to find an escape route. The trail wasn't far, just behind me to the left, but in this dense forest, I had no idea what direction to go to make it back. I stepped back again, inching away from the figures, hoping they wouldn't notice, but as I moved, I felt it, the sharp, unmistakable sensation of being watched. The figures weren't just standing there anymore. They were aware of me. They were waiting for me to make the wrong move. I could feel it in the air, thick and heavy. It wasn't just the tension between us. It was something far darker, like a trap that had already been set, like I had already walked into their world without even realizing it. And then, just as I thought the air couldn't get any heavier, a voice broke the silence. It was barely a whisper, but it sent ice through my veins. Don't run. The voice wasn't loud. In fact, it wasn't much more than a soft murmur, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. It was a command, not a plea, not a suggestion, but a cold, detached order. Don't run. My heart stopped. I didn't even need to look around to know where the voice came from. I could feel it in my gut, like a presence looming over me, just behind my shoulder, as if it was standing inches away. My breath caught in my throat and my body went completely rigid. I didn't dare move. For a second, the world felt completely still, as if everything had paused, frozen in time. The three figures were still standing there, their empty, dark shapes looming in the shadows. The one closest to me shifted slightly, its ragged clothing rustling just enough for me to hear, but it made no other movement. It wasn't approaching. It wasn't retreating. It was simply waiting. They wanted me to move. They wanted me to make the first move. I could feel the sweat on my palms, the tension tightening in my chest like a vice. The woods were thick with an unnatural silence, every rustling leaf or snap of a twig now echoing louder than it should have. My mind raced. I had to get out of here. I had no idea who these people were or what they wanted, but I knew one thing for sure. They weren't hikers. They weren't lost. This was no accident. This was a trap. I glanced over my shoulder, back toward the direction I came from, toward the trail. It was only a short distance away, but in this dense forest, with the light all but gone, it felt miles out of reach. There was no time to hesitate. I made my decision. I didn't wait. I didn't hesitate. I turned on my heel and ran. My boots crashed through the underbrush, the world around me blurring as I sprinted down the path, weaving between trees, feeling the sting of branches slapping against my skin. The trail was close. It had to be close, but the more I ran, the more disoriented I became. My mind was in chaos, and my breathing was ragged, too loud in the stillness of the forest. I could hear them behind me, footsteps, heavy, hurried, and much too close. My pulse was pounding in my ears, drowning out everything else. Every sound now seemed amplified, the rustling of leaves underfoot, the crunch of branches snapping, my breath tearing in and out. But the worst sound, the most terrifying sound, was the steady rhythm of those footsteps closing in. They were running too, fast and relentless. I glanced over my shoulder for a second and my stomach dropped. They were running after me, fast, too fast, their ragged clothing billowing behind them, their long strides almost impossible for something so skeletal. They were gaining on me. A surge of adrenaline flooded my body. I pushed myself harder, faster, desperate to put some distance between us. But the ground was uneven and I stumbled. My foot caught on a root and I went down, hitting the ground hard, my palms scraping against the rough earth. I gasped, pain shooting through my body, but I didn't stop. I scrambled back to my feet, adrenaline overriding the pain. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my chest burning, but I couldn't slow down. I couldn't stop. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees getting thicker, the path more narrow. The air was colder now, and I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on me. But the trail was just ahead. It had to be. I could see the faintest outline of the clearing, the edge of the trees. Then, just when I thought I couldn't run anymore, I burst into the clearing. The trail, the familiar path. I could see my car in the distance, just at the edge of the woods. I was so close to safety. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't even slow down. I didn't look back again. I didn't need to. I could hear them behind me, the figures closing in, fast and relentless, but I forced my legs to move, pushing them forward with everything I had. The sound of their footsteps was deafening now, pounding in my ears. I could feel their presence behind me, their cold, dead eyes on my back. Finally, I reached my car. I threw open the door, practically leaping inside, and slammed it shut behind me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys, my heart racing in my chest. I didn't even look at the figures. I didn't dare. I started the car, throwing it into gear, and floored the gas. The tires screeched as I peeled out, leaving the forest behind me in a blur. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror, not even once. but as I drove, I could feel their eyes on me, piercing through the darkness. I kept my hands tight on the wheel, my knuckles white, my mind racing with every possible explanation, none of which made any sense. And when I glanced briefly in the rearview mirror, just as I crossed the edge of the forest, I saw them, standing at the edge of the trees, silent, motionless, watching. They didn't chase, they were just waiting. I didn't stop until I hit the nearest town. I never went hiking alone again after that. I've never told anyone the full story. How could I? Who would believe it? But one thing I know for sure, whatever it was in those woods, it's still there, waiting for the next hiker, the next person foolish enough to answer the call for help. And that thought, it haunts me. It was a typical Tuesday night in suburban California, quiet, peaceful, and just like any other weeknight. The kind of night where the houses look like they've been set up for a movie scene. Front lawns, perfectly trimmed, the smell of freshly cut grass still lingering in the cool evening air, and streetlights glowing softly in the distance, casting long shadows on the sidewalk. The temperature had dropped just enough for a light chill to settle in, and I had a sweater wrapped around me as I sat curled up on the couch. I was 23, living in a small 2-bedroom house with my roommate, Leah. She'd gone out of town for a couple of days to visit family, so I had the place to myself. Honestly, I loved the quiet nights alone. No one to talk to, no one to disturb my routine. I was the kind of person who preferred it. I could watch whatever I wanted without anyone complaining about it, eat whatever I felt like without judgment, and just be completely by myself. I wasn't really focused on the TV show I had on. It was some true crime documentary that had been playing in the background as I mindlessly scrolled through my phone, checking my social media and texting a couple of friends. The house was quiet, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the low, muffled voices from the TV. The only light in the room came from the glow of the TV screen, casting strange, flickering shadows on the walls. It was one of those nights where everything felt still, like the world had hit pause. I had my feet tucked under me on the couch, the warmth of my cup of tea beginning to fade as it sat on the coffee table. I hadn't even realized how late it was getting until I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 10:30 p.m. My eyelids felt heavy, the tea no longer working its usual magic, and I found myself zoning out, letting my thoughts wander. That's when I heard it, the knock. It was soft at first, barely a tap, like a hesitant knock from someone unsure if they should even be there. I blinked, pausing the show on the TV and listening intently. The quiet hum of the house seemed to amplify the sound, making it all the more noticeable. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was the wind or a neighbor's door closing. But then it came again, a little louder this time, more urgent. Knock, knock, knock. My heart skipped a beat, the sudden break in the stillness throwing me off. I wasn't expecting anyone. Leah was out of town, and I hadn't made any plans for the evening. For a moment, I just sat there, staring at the door. I wasn't sure what to do. Maybe it was delivery, or a neighbor stopping by for some reason. But the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't shake the strange feeling that crept over me. Why was someone knocking at my door this late? And who would come here without texting or calling first? The house felt unusually quiet again, and I could hear the sound of my pulse in my ears. The air was suddenly thick with tension. I tried to push the unease aside, brushing it off as paranoia. After all, I'd lived in this neighborhood for almost 2 years, and nothing ever happened here. It was the kind of neighborhood where you didn't even lock your doors during the day. Safe, comfortable, predictable. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone else. But despite all that, the hair on the back of my neck was standing up. I stood up slowly, my bare feet making soft padding sounds on the hardwood floor as I walked to the door. I wasn't exactly sure what I was expecting, but my hand hovered over the handle for a moment, hesitation creeping into my movements. Knock, knock, knock. It came again, louder this time, almost demanding. My heart pounded in my chest. I wasn't sure what it was, but the urgency in the knock left me feeling uneasy. I hadn't heard any cars pulling up outside, no sounds of footsteps, nothing that would indicate someone was outside. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. I glanced over at the front window, the heavy curtains slightly drawn. The outside light from the porch bathed the front yard in a soft glow, but I couldn't see anyone standing out there. No car parked in front of the house, no figures moving in the dark. Still, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that something wasn't right. I padded over to the door and peered through the peephole, holding my breath. At first, I saw only the dim outline of someone standing there, their figure almost blending in with the shadows. But as I leaned closer, squinting to make out more details, my stomach twisted. It was a man, probably in his 40s, wearing a dark jacket. It was hard to make out the details through the peephole, but there was something that didn't sit well with me. He had a stern expression on his face, his features shadowed in the dim light. His eyes were hard to read, but he didn't seem like someone I'd recognize. He didn't belong here. He was holding something against his chest, and as I focused on it, I realized it was a badge, a police badge, clipped onto his jacket. My first thought was, okay, maybe it's some kind of officer. Maybe something happened nearby. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't feel entirely relieved. If anything, it felt like the pit in my stomach only deepened. I cautiously opened the door, just a crack, enough to hear him clearly without letting him see the fear that I was trying to hide. His voice was calm and official, with a slight edge of urgency. "Ma'am, I'm with the police," he said, his voice low but firm. "There's a gas leak in the area. We need to evacuate the neighborhood immediately. For your safety, please come with me." His words hung in the air for a moment, and I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. A gas leak? At this hour? Why hadn't I heard anything about it before now? No sirens, no warnings. Just this man showing up at my door, looking like he was about to whisk me away. I glanced at the street outside through the gap in the door. It was still dark, the streetlights casting long shadows across the quiet road. There were no flashing lights, no emergency vehicles parked along the curb, nothing that would indicate a gas leak or even any kind of emergency. I tried to focus on the man in front of me, my mind racing. Something about him didn't feel right. His uniform wasn't quite what I expected. It didn't look like the usual police uniform I'd seen around here. The fabric was a little off, not quite the same shade of blue as the standard police gear. He didn't have any radio equipment, no flashlight, not even a clipboard, just the badge on his chest. Why would he be out here without proper gear? The suspicion grew inside me, pushing aside the feeling of confusion. I wasn't sure what was going on, but my gut was screaming at me that something was wrong. My hand hovered over the door, not sure whether to open it further or close it and lock myself in. The man seemed to sense my hesitation. He took a step forward, his expression becoming more serious. "Ma'am," he repeated, his voice a little more forceful now. "I really need you to come with me. The situation is urgent." I wasn't sure what was happening, but I knew one thing for certain. This wasn't normal. "Could you give me your badge number?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly, trying to sound confident but not fully succeeding. For a split second, the man's expression faltered, just the slightest shift in his posture. He didn't answer immediately. There was a long pause where he seemed to hesitate, and then his eyes narrowed slightly, his face going from polite concern to something darker. "You don't need my badge number," he snapped, tone sharp and impatient. "Kint, just open the door now. It's not safe for you to stay here." I froze. That was it. The shift in his demeanor. It was subtle, but it was there. Something in the way he spoke, in the way his words came out so quickly. It was almost like he was trying to rush me, to pressure me into making a decision without thinking it through. Something inside me screamed not to trust him. My mind raced as I stood there, frozen, with the door cracked open just enough to see him. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the cold sweat beginning to form on my palms. He wasn't acting like a police officer should. His attitude had completely changed, going from calm and professional to demanding and forceful. His eyes no longer had that calm, authoritative look I would expect from an officer. Instead, there was something in his gaze, a sharpness and impatience that didn't fit the situation. I instinctively took a step back, pulling the door just a little tighter. "Ma'am, open the door now." His voice grew louder, his words almost shouting now. "I said it's not safe. You don't have time for this." The forcefulness in his voice hit me like a slap. The way he yelled, the way he pounded his fist against the door, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. For a moment, I just stood there, staring at the door, my heart racing. My mind told me to stay calm, to just think it through. But something wasn't right. Nothing was right about this. The man outside didn't look like a real police officer. I was certain of it now. There were no flashing lights, no emergency vehicles on the street, and his uniform wasn't even correct. As I stood there, my instincts took over. Something inside me told me to not open the door further. I had to trust that gut feeling, but I needed to be sure. I had to ask him something, anything, to confirm who he really was. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. I couldn't even find my voice at first. When I finally spoke, it came out in a whisper. "I'm sorry, but can I see your ID? I needed to confirm who you are." The man's expression faltered for just a second, his eyes briefly shifting from annoyance to something that almost looked like confusion. But that moment passed quickly. His mouth tightened into a hard line. The change in his demeanor was subtle but terrifying. It was like he was playing a role, like he was trying to keep his composure, but the cracks were beginning to show. "Ma'am, I don't have time for this," he snapped. His voice was almost threatening now, low and menacing. "You need to come with me. I can't do this all night." And then he did something I wasn't expecting. He pounded on the door with both fists, the force of it making the entire frame rattle. My breath caught in my throat, and my body flinched back from the door and locking it instantly. The sound echoed throughout the house as if the walls themselves were shaking. He wasn't playing games anymore. I could hear his boots stomping against the porch, moving in closer to the door. His breathing had become ragged, almost like he was losing control. The air felt heavy with tension, thick with the rising sense of danger. It was as if everything in the world had narrowed down to this one moment, this one decision. I took a step backward, my legs feeling weak beneath me. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't stay here, standing by the door. My instincts screamed at me to get away from it, to lock myself in and call the police. I turned on my heel, my mind racing as I dashed across the living room and toward my bedroom. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, my hands shaking so violently that I almost dropped it. My pulse thundered in my ears as I quickly dialed 911, barely able to steady my breathing long enough to speak. 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end was calm, professional, but I could barely hear it over the pounding in my chest. "There's someone at my door," I managed to gasp. "I think he's pretending to be a cop. He said there's a gas leak, but it doesn't make sense. I don't trust him. He's trying to force his way in." The dispatcher's voice was firm, though there was a hint of urgency in her tone. "Stay calm, ma'am. Officers are on their way. Do not open the door. Lock yourself in a room and stay on the phone with me." I didn't hesitate. I slammed the bedroom door shut and threw the deadbolt, then backed away from it quickly, my mind racing. The phone felt like an anchor in my hand. a lifeline, but my body was frozen in fear. Outside, the sound of his pounding against the door had stopped, but I could hear him moving around, his boots scraping on the wooden porch, the sound of him walking in circles. It sounded like he was searching for a way in, looking for another way to get past me. My mind was spinning, trying to keep up with the situation. The fear was sharp, palpable, but I kept hearing the dispatcher's calm voice in my ear, reminding me to stay calm and wait. It wasn't long before the sound of his footsteps came again, louder this time, closer. He was trying to force his way in. He was trying to break the door down. The distinct sound of kicking came next. The door jolted with each strike. The heavy thuds vibrated through the walls, shaking the windows and making the door creak under the pressure. I could hear the wood groaning under the force, and for a terrifying second, I thought the door was going to give. I scrambled backward, my breath coming in short, frantic gasps. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. I pressed myself into the corner of the room, gripping the phone tightly, unable to pull my eyes away from the door. Every kick felt like it was aimed directly at my chest. I couldn't think, couldn't focus on anything other than the terrifying sound of the man trying to get in. The panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I knew I couldn't lose control. I needed to stay calm. The kicking continued for what felt like hours, but in reality, it was only a matter of minutes. The sound of the doorknob rattling violently, the thud of his boots, and the scraping of something metal against the wood. It was all I could hear, all I could focus on. And then, silence. The quiet that followed was unnerving. I could hear my own breath, shallow and ragged in the stillness. My eyes darted from the door to the window, my heart pounding so loudly that I was sure he could hear it. The seconds ticked by like hours. I didn't dare move. I waited, listening for any sound, anything that could indicate where he was. My muscles ached from the tension, but I didn't dare let my guard down. And then the motion light in the backyard flicked on. My stomach dropped like a stone into my gut. I hadn't heard any footsteps approaching, no sounds of movement at all. But there it was, bright light flooding the yard. I crept over to the window, my heart hammering in my chest. My hands were clammy as I pulled the blinds aside just a fraction of an inch. There, at the edge of the yard, I could see a shadow, a figure moving just beyond the light, creeping closer to the back door. It was him. He was trying to get in through the back now. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I just stood there, frozen, my heart racing. I couldn't believe this was happening. I couldn't believe how close I was to being trapped in my own home. I backed away from the window, my hands trembling as I clutched my phone tighter. My mind was spinning. What should I do? Should I try to escape? The air around me felt thick, suffocating, as if the walls of the house were closing in. The sound of the motion light buzzing faintly in the background was the only sound that filled the otherwise unnerving silence. I couldn't see him clearly, but I could hear the faint crunch of gravel under his boots, the soft scrape of him inching closer to the back door. Panic surged through me, and my heart hammered so violently in my chest I thought it might burst. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to leave to find safety, but I was frozen in place. The weight of the situation, the overwhelming sense that this man, this intruder, was getting closer, was too much. I could feel it, like a dark cloud pressing down on me. But then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of sirens. At first, it was faint, a distant hum in the night air, but it quickly grew louder and relief flooded through me. Real police, the flashing lights, the sirens, they were here. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear, my voice shaky as I whispered into the receiver, "They're here. Please tell them to hurry." The dispatcher, still calm and steady, reassured me. "Stay where you are. We've got units on the scene. Officers will be there in moments. Stay inside." But I wasn't sure I could stay inside much longer. My mind raced as I heard the sirens growing louder, The sound of police cars pulling up outside, the screech of tires, and the sharp burst of commands from loudspeakers. "This is the police. Step away from the property. Now!" The voice was loud and forceful, echoing through the night like a command straight from hell. It was the sound of authority, the sound of safety. I crept back to the window, my heart still thudding in my chest. My eyes widened as I saw a shadow move away from the back door, the figure clearly visible in the glow of the flashing red and blue lights. For the briefest second, I thought he might try to run. But then, in the blink of an eye, I saw several uniformed officers swarm into the yard, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. They moved with purpose, surrounding the man who had been creeping closer and closer to my door. It was like something out of a movie, except this wasn't make-believe. This was real. The officer nearest to the man shouted, "Get on the ground! Hands where we can see them!" Before I could even process what was happening, I watched in disbelief as the man was tackled to the ground, a knife falling from his hand and skittering across the gravel. The officers quickly handcuffed him, their movements swift and practiced. The man didn't put up much of a fight. He was no longer the confident, intimidating figure he had been outside my door. Now he was nothing more than a desperate, trembling man being subdued by the real police. I stood there, my face pressed against the cool window pane, watching as the officer stood over him. I felt a strange sense of relief flood through me, but it was mixed with something else, something darker. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I realized how close I had come to opening that door, to trusting a complete stranger who had been pretending to be a cop. How close I had come to falling victim to his ruse. I opened the door slowly. I could see them now in the light. Real officers with their badges, their radios, and their proper uniforms. I felt a wave of relief, but it was tinged with the lingering adrenaline from the events that had just unfolded. I told them everything. The man at the door, the strange behavior, how he had tried to force his way in. They nodded along, taking notes and asking more questions. This wasn't just a random incident. The officers explained that this man had been doing this to several houses in the area, posing as a police officer, claiming some kind of emergency like a gas leak, and tricking people into opening their doors so he could rob them or worse. He'd been using the fake excuse to find victims who were home alone, just like me. As they explained it all, my stomach turned. I couldn't believe how close I had come to letting him in, to trusting him. But in the back of my mind, I knew it wasn't luck that kept me safe. It was my instinct. The voice in my head that told me something wasn't right. The voice that told me not to open that door further. The officers finally left, taking the man into custody. I stood there on my front porch, watching as they loaded him into the back of a patrol car. My hands were still shaking, but I was finally starting to breathe again. The sirens had faded, the flashing lights were gone, and the neighborhood had returned to its eerie stillness. The quiet that had once felt peaceful now felt strange, almost oppressive. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. The warmth of the house, the soft glow of the lamps in the living room, it all felt so safe, so normal again. But I knew things had changed. I knew that I could never look at my front door the same way again. The incident stayed with me long after it was over, and more than anything, I knew that from that moment on, I would never open the door for anyone without absolute proof of who they were. I had trusted my instincts, and they had saved me that night. I wouldn't ignore them again. I remember the exact moment the storm started to pick up. It was around 10:45 p.m., maybe a little later. The kind of late hour when everything feels empty and quiet, but there's an undercurrent of something strange, something eerie in the air. It had been a long day, too long, and I was just ready to get home. I work at a small family-owned bookstore on the outskirts of town, and I had stayed late to help clean up. Nothing special about the day, like just another grind. But now I was driving through the aftermath of the storm that had been brewing all afternoon. It had started off as a typical summer thunderstorm, those big, puffy clouds rolling in from the west, darkening the skies like someone flipping a switch. At first, I didn't think much of it. They came and went all the time, but this one was different. There was something about the weight of the air that felt wrong, almost like the sky was holding its breath. It didn't help that the closer I got to home, the more isolated everything felt. The road was empty, just me in the rain, with nothing around for miles except fields of dead grass and the occasional dilapidated shack, forgotten by time. The rain started slow, just a light drizzle that barely disturbed the air, but it didn't take long before it turned into something else entirely. First, it was a steady pour, the kind that makes you squint through your windshield, wishing you had a clearer view. Then came the wind, fierce enough to make the trees bend at odd angles, their branches swaying like they were trying to claw their way out of the ground. And that was when the lightning struck. Every few minutes, a flash would light up the entire sky, and for a split second, the world around me would transform from pitch black to blinding white, as if the sun was trying to break through the clouds. It was both beautiful and terrifying at the same time, like nature was showing off its power, reminding me just how small I was in comparison. I could see the rain, heavy like sheets of glass, slashing against the road. The sound of it on my car's roof was deafening, almost like a constant barrage of bullets. As I kept driving, I noticed how quickly everything around me became swallowed by the storm. The streetlights, usually a beacon of comfort, were flickering in and out. At some points, I felt like I was driving in a world where nothing existed except for the streaks of lightning, the beating rain, and the hum of my engine. It was eerie. I couldn't help but wonder if this was what it felt like to be lost in the wilderness. The roads in this part of Texas were almost entirely desolate at night, especially when the weather turned as it had. No cars, no people, just me and the road stretching out ahead in this dark void. I wasn't scared, at least not at first. I knew this road well. It was familiar, the long empty stretch that led right to my apartment in the small town where I'd lived my entire life. But as the rain began to fall harder and the thunder cracked louder, I started to feel that nagging unease settle in my stomach. Maybe it was the isolation, maybe it was the way the wind was making my car sway a little, but I didn't have time to focus on it for too long. The drive was still far from over, and I was just trying to get home. The road ahead was slick. I could feel my tires skimming over the wet pavement, barely holding on as I fought to maintain control. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles aching from the pressure. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, leaving only a small pool of light directly in front of me. It was like I was in some kind of tunnel, with no way of knowing what was waiting on the other side. I thought about turning on the radio, but the thought didn't last long. The static was unbearable in the storm, and it only made the silence more pronounced. It made me feel even more alone, like I was trapped in a void, cut off from the outside world. So I drove on in silence, letting the hum of the engine and the pounding rain be the only sounds that filled the air. As I neared the outskirts of town where the highway narrowed into a 2-lane road, I saw the red light ahead. The light was the only thing in sight, casting a weak glow in the downpour. It wasn't until I was almost at the intersection that I saw the car behind me. My initial thought was that it was a truck or a car that had been tailing me for a while, but something about it felt wrong. I couldn't tell if it was the headlights flickering, or was it more than that? At first, I brushed it off as another glitch in the storm. Maybe their headlights were faulty. But the longer I looked, the more it bothered me. There was something unnatural about the way the lights kept flashing. Not just a quick flash like a malfunctioning light, but a consistent strobe-like flicker, almost like they were trying to get my attention, or worse, like they were trying to tell me something. My gaze flickered from the rearview mirror back to the road ahead. The red light glowed faintly through the mist, offering a temporary sense of relief. I wasn't in any particular rush, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled deep in my gut. It wasn't just the storm anymore. It was the way that car seemed to be following me. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, feeling the sweat on the back of my neck despite the cold air. The car behind me was still there, those blinking lights a constant in my peripheral vision. I glanced at the rearview mirror again, frowning. The lights were closer now, brighter and flickering in an even more erratic pattern. That's when I realized it wasn't just the storm messing with my vision. Something was off with the car. Why wasn't it moving forward like a normal car? It wasn't like the driver was trying to overtake me. It was as though they were waiting for me to do something. The light turned green. I gently pressed the accelerator and slowly began moving, hoping the car behind me would just go on ahead. But no. The flickering lights came closer, almost immediately. I could hear the sound of the engine, but it was distant, muffled by the roar of the storm. Still, it felt oppressive, like it was closing in around me. Every time I checked the rearview mirror, the headlights were right there. A soft, flashing warning, like a beacon in the storm, drawing me into something I didn't understand. For a second, I thought about speeding up, just to get away from the strange feeling gnawing at me. But I didn't. I couldn't. I just kept driving, my eyes darting between the road ahead and the flickering lights behind me. The road seemed to stretch on forever, and for the first time in a long time, I wished I was anywhere else. Then, something strange happened. I turned the wheel slightly to the left to change lanes, thinking I might get away from whatever this was. Maybe if I just moved off the main road, the car would stay behind me. But as soon as I started changing lanes, the car behind me did the exact same thing. I could see the headlights in the rearview mirror. So close, so blindingly bright. The realization hit me like a slap to the face. This wasn't just some coincidence. This wasn't just someone driving too close. I was being followed. A panic surged through my chest. I swallowed hard, my fingers tight on the steering wheel as I pushed the car forward, my foot pressing harder on the accelerator. But it didn't help. The car stayed right behind me, its headlights flashing over and over like it was trying to force me into some kind of game. I was beginning to lose control of the situation, my heart racing. What the hell was going on? My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror again, and my breath caught in my throat. The headlights were so close now. Too close. I could barely see the outline of the car, but I could feel the pressure, the oppressive weight of it pressing down on me. My heart pounded harder, like it was trying to claw its way out of my chest. The storm outside was getting worse, and the flashes of lightning made everything feel distorted, like reality was bending around me. The road ahead was slick, the kind of wet where every turn felt like I was gliding on ice. I could feel my car swaying slightly with the wind, the tires struggling to maintain any grip on the flooded road. My palms were slick with sweat as I tightened my grip on the wheel, eyes darting between the road and the mirror. My vision was clouded by the rain, the windshield wipers barely able to keep up with the onslaught. I had to squint to see anything at all, but the flashing lights, those damn lights, were impossible to ignore. I accelerated, hoping that maybe I could outrun the car. But with each second that passed, I realized I wasn't in control anymore. The car behind me wasn't just tailing me, it was matching my speed. I pressed harder on the gas, my engine roaring as the car pushed through the waterlogged road, but the headlights stayed right there. The car was locked on, like it was waiting for me to make the first move. Every time I turned my head to glance back, the lights seemed closer, flashing in my eyes with increasing aggression. Flash. Then a beat. Flash. And again, until I could barely stand it. My pulse spiked each time the light flickered, the sudden brightness blinding me for just a moment. It wasn't just annoying anymore, it was unnerving. The steady rhythm of it felt like it was on repeat, like I was being drawn into a trap piece by piece. I had no idea who was behind the wheel, but whoever it was, they were playing with me. A sick, gut-churning feeling started to take root in my stomach. There was no rational explanation for this. This wasn't just some person driving too aggressively, it was something else, something deliberate. But why? What did they want? I thought about pulling over, maybe just stopping to let them pass, but there was a strange, primal part of me that knew I couldn't do that. The thought of letting them get any closer was terrifying. I looked ahead, my eyes scanning for anything that could give me a chance to break away. The rain was coming down so hard now that the road ahead barely existed, swallowed by the downpour and darkness. I couldn't see much farther than a few feet in front of me, and that just made it worse. The storm, the isolation, the flickering headlights, it all felt like I was in a nightmare, where the walls were closing in and there was no escape. The trees on the side of the road began to bend under the intensity of the wind. It was as if the storm was alive, pushing against my car, forcing me to drive harder, faster. My tires screeched on the wet pavement, struggling for grip. I tried to make another turn, a sharper one this time, hoping the car would lose me in the twists and turns of this stretch. But of course, the car behind me did the same. It was like we were in some sick race, only it wasn't a race at all. It felt like a hunt. My heart was racing now, my mind going into overdrive as I tried to think of a way out. The thought of stopping for help crossed my mind briefly, but there was nothing out here. The road was empty. I hadn't passed another car in what felt like forever. There was nothing but the storm, the empty highway, and the relentless pursuit of this car behind me. No gas stations, no lights, no shelter, just the vast emptiness of the Texas countryside. And the car. That damn car. I could hear the engine behind me grow louder, as if the other driver had somehow gotten closer without me noticing. My knuckles ached from clutching the wheel so tightly. Sweat dripped down my forehead, stinging my eyes, but I didn't dare take my hands off the wheel to wipe it away. I had to stay focused. I had to stay in control. The road was narrowing. The stretches of open highway were giving way to the winding, twisting paths that led into the outskirts of town. I knew I was getting close to a gas station. Maybe, just maybe, I could make it there before the driver caught up with me. My eyes locked on the small dim light up ahead, barely visible through the downpour. It was my only chance. I pushed the pedal to the metal, the tires spinning, screeching against the wet road. I could see the gas station now, a tiny, run-down place on the side of the road. The light was flickering weakly, but it was enough to make me think it could be my escape. I needed to make it there. But just as I started to pull over toward the station, the flashing headlights behind me cut through the darkness again. Boom! Another flash of lightning lit up the entire sky, and I saw the other car's headlights glow brighter than before. This time, they weren't just flashing. They were blinding, the high beams cutting through the rain like a blade. My stomach lurched. It was like they were forcing me to stop. I quickly swerved onto the shoulder, gravel crunching under my tires as I pulled off to the side. I stopped just shy of the small parking lot in front of the station. The car behind me did the same, but it didn't stop. No, the other car moved closer. The headlights loomed like an apparition in my rearview mirror, even brighter now, blinding me. I could feel my pulse thudding in my ears. I had no idea what was happening, but I couldn't just sit there. I had to know who this was, what they wanted. I cracked my window just slightly, barely enough to look outside, but my hands were shaking so badly I almost couldn't do it. The storm made everything seem distant, muffled. The only thing that cut through the noise was the steady flashing of those headlights, that incessant, maddening pattern that seemed to pierce through the walls of my car like a warning. I leaned over to the side and tried to catch a glimpse of the car, my breath fogging up the glass. Then the door on the other car opened. I froze. My heart slammed into my ribs, and I could barely breathe. I didn't know what to do. My hand hovered over the gear shift, but I didn't move. The figure that stepped out of the car was just a silhouette at first, blurry through the rain and mist. They moved toward me with an unnatural urgency, almost like they were in a hurry. No, like they had something to prove. Why was this happening? They were coming closer, closer. My body went stiff with fear. I couldn't even think straight anymore. What did they want from me? I couldn't wait around to find out. I didn't even want to stick around to see their face. I took a deep breath, slamming my foot on the gas pedal with everything I had. The car lurched forward, the tires spinning against the wet road. The engine roared, a deafening noise in the storm, but I couldn't slow down. Not now. I wasn't going to stop. The stranger had taken a few steps, and I could almost feel them closing in, but they stopped. For a second, I thought they might have kept running after me, but I didn't dare look back. I couldn't. The sound of the rain and the engine filled my ears as I sped away, not caring if I was going too fast, not caring about the storm. I had to get away. I didn't dare glance at the rearview mirror, but I could feel the weight of the moment stretching on. For one heartbeat, I wondered if they were still behind me. But as I pushed further down the road, away from the gas station, away from the figure in the storm, I didn't hear the car chasing me anymore. The storm roared louder, and I could only pray I'd left whatever that was behind me. My foot stayed heavy on the gas as I raced away from the gas station, my car slicing through the torrential downpour. The sound of the engine roaring in my ears drowned out everything else, and my mind spun in 1,000 directions. I couldn't believe what had just happened. My breath came in short, panicked bursts, and my hands were trembling so violently that I had to grip the steering wheel with both hands to stop them from shaking. The road was still slick, and I had no idea how I was managing to stay on it. Everything in my vision was a blur, a mix of rain and fog that made it feel like I was driving through the thickest, most oppressive fog I'd ever seen. I glanced at the rearview mirror once, my heart hammering in my chest. For a split second, I thought I saw a flash of headlights behind me. My stomach dropped like a stone, but as I blinked and refocused, the lights were gone. Gone. It was just me now, alone in the storm. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't out of danger. That car, whoever was driving it, had been close, far too close. The memory of those flashing headlights, the way they followed me, the way that figure had sprinted toward my car, it was all burned into my mind. It was like some kind of nightmare that I couldn't escape. But the further I drove, the more it started to feel surreal. I had put distance between myself and that person. The headlights were gone. The figure had stopped. I was safe, right? Maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, the adrenaline still surging through my veins, warping reality. I kept telling myself that over and over again, as if repeating it would make it true. But then something happened. The road curved sharply to the left, and I slowed down instinctively, careful not to lose control on the slick surface. As I rounded the bend, I saw it. In the distance, just barely visible through the rain and mist, was the outline of my apartment building. I could barely make out the familiar silhouette, but it was enough to bring a rush of relief. Almost there. Just a few more minutes and I would be safe inside. I knew the area well, and the thought of parking my car and locking myself inside sounded like the perfect ending to a nightmare. I needed to get home, lock the doors, and forget about the terror I had just experienced. I kept my focus on the road ahead, trying to push the memory of the pursuer from my mind. Then, just as I was approaching the turn into the complex's parking lot, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A pair of headlights flickering again. They were coming up behind me. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. My tires skidded against the wet pavement, and I almost lost control. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't think. My mind was blank, but the terror flooded back in an instant, drowning out everything else. The car was still behind me, its headlights flashing like it was trying to communicate something I didn't understand. The same aggressive, urgent flashes that had haunted me the whole time. I didn't want to stop again. I couldn't stop. I couldn't let that person, whoever they were, get any closer. My only thought was to get inside the complex, to park and lock myself in. I had to make it to the building. I had to be safe. But before I could even make the turn, the car accelerated. I could see the headlights in my rearview mirror, drawing closer and closer. The road narrowed. There was nowhere to turn, no way to escape. My pulse thudded in my ears. I swung my car to the side, pulling off the road just enough to avoid hitting the curb. My tires slid across the pavement, and I was just about to park in the empty spot near the front when I saw something that made my heart freeze. The car behind me, the one that had been following me for so long, wasn't following me anymore. It was stopped, right in front of the complex entrance. I couldn't see the driver. The rain blurred everything, and I couldn't make out any details through the water and fog. But I saw the outline of the car, parked just in front of the entrance. And for a moment, I thought maybe they were waiting for me to make the first move. I didn't hesitate. I pulled into my parking spot, heart pounding so loud in my chest that I thought it might burst through my ribs. My fingers fumbled with the keys as I quickly turned the engine off. I couldn't get out of the car fast enough. I couldn't breathe. I had to get inside. I had to lock the door. I slammed the door behind me, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I sprinted toward the entrance of my building. My mind was racing. I couldn't stop thinking about the car, the figure, the headlights. I got inside, locked the door behind me, and practically collapsed against it. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, my whole body trembling from the adrenaline. The storm outside raged on, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart, thudding in my chest like it was trying to break free. I tried to convince myself that I was safe, that it was over, but the feeling didn't go away. It stayed with me, gnawing at the back of my mind. I picked up my phone, hands still shaking, and dialed 911. I explained what had happened, my voice trembling as I described the car, the headlights, the figure running toward me. The dispatcher was calm, reassuring even, telling me that they would someone to investigate. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When the police arrived, they did a quick sweep of the area. I didn't go with them. I couldn't. I sat inside, staring out the window, watching the rain splatter against the glass, waiting for them to come back with some sort of answer. But when they finally returned, their faces were blank. There was nothing. No sign of the car. No trace of anyone who had been following me. The road, the parking lot, everything was empty. They said they checked every inch of the area. They even drove out to the gas station, but there was no sign of the car. Nothing. I couldn't explain it. I wanted to feel relieved, but I didn't. The feeling of being watched, hunted, of something lurking just beyond the veil of the storm, didn't go away. It stayed with me that night, and every night after. I never saw that car again, never saw the person in the rain, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there. Watching, waiting. Maybe it wasn't over. Maybe it's never truly over. I don't know why they followed me or what they wanted, but I'll never forget the flashing headlights. I'll never forget the cold dread that crawled up my spine every time they flickered, and the way the storm seemed to press down on me with each passing second. And every time I drive at night, through the rain or the fog or the dark, I still wonder, What would have happened if I had stayed still just a little longer? Lucy's decision to become a funeral director was born from two things. The first was the disgust at how extortionate the funerary business had become, secretive and dominated by men who pushed traditional beliefs of expensive and unnecessary funerals. The second was seeing what it truly lacked: personal touch, the bare minimum for anyone's final send-off. She'd worked in marketing earlier in life, seeing firsthand how people were repeatedly conned into buying things that, really, they didn't need. This was an inherent part of the business world, but seeing the same thievery in the funeral business was unacceptable. To profit so overtly in someone's death. She put her heart and soul into every single family bereavement who came to her. Lucy worked tirelessly. Even when she was called out to retrieve a body in the early hours, she never relented. And so, on the day she was roused from sleep at 4:10 a.m. by the insistent humming of her phone on the bedside table, she acquiesced to the calling and picked up. No one spoke from the other end. Lucy yawned, then took it upon herself. "Hi, who is it?" With the speaker pressed to her ear, she could only make out hushed but somewhat frantic breathing before a man's voice sounded. "Yes, hello, this is Velvet Shroud Funerals? Hey, yeah, Lucy speaking. What can I do for you? There's a body here that needs picking up. St. Alfred's Church at Finch's Green. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can. I should warn you, Lucy, it's a young boy," the man interjected, his voice becoming shaky. Lucy had been on many body retrievals, but the clients in question were usually middle to old-aged. She seldom had to deal with the young and always felt a vague foreboding on these occasions. But no matter the age, all are deserving of the proper treatment. "Ah, thanks for letting me know. I'll drive out to you now." She threw off the bed sheets, letting the wintry air in the room wash over her skin, drawing out goose flesh. After dressing in a white shirt, dark trousers, and her black overcoat, she made her way down the stairs and out to her van. Setting the destination on the sat-nav, she started the ignition and pulled out onto the road, driving down the country roads that seemed frozen in time by the cold night. While many things fall from familiarity in the darkness, Lucy could swear she'd never before seen the roads she found herself on. Even after living in the area for years, to her, these coiling lanes hadn't existed until this very moment. The old metal sign for the small village sped out from the darkness like a fish from the depths, passed by, and was swallowed up just as quickly as it had emerged. The paint was peeling and faded, but the few letters read Finch's Green. The air held a silent apprehension as she stepped out of the van, beholding the moonlit silhouette of an archaic Norman church. Its shadowed steeple rose into the air, pointing in accusation of the heavens above. Lucy winced as the quiet was broken by the snapping of the gurney clips, freeing it from the van's interior and allowing it to trundle out, a single wheel squeaking with each revolution. With the trolley raised to waist height, she shut her van, locked it, and began up the old cobbled path. It was an uncanny night. Besides the razor-edged crescent moon, the sky was empty. Not a pinprick of light to indicate a star unveiled itself from above. A light mist held close to the ground, making decrepit boats of gravestones, chipped bows, and ruined sterns jutting out from a spectral sea. Lucy couldn't muster the will to resist the unease that swept across this holy ground, as if its presence was an inherent, undeniable truth. So self-absorbed was she in this feeling that she hadn't yet noticed the huddled figures, just barely outlined by the pale moonlight affront the vestibule. She needn't search for them, as one of them, a man, made their presence known. "Are you here for our son?" His voice was wrought with subdued agony, like rattling fine china on the verge of cracking. Lucy slowed her pace, making the cobblestone imperfections below manifest themselves through the gurney. "Yes, I'm Lucy from Velvet Shroud Funerals. I was called out here by... He's inside. Please hurry. The man shuddered, directing his attention back to the woman he held in his arms, who shook and sobbed openly. Deciding not to question his peculiar urgency, Lucy unlatched the time-worn oaken door to the vestibule. Within, another shape took form out of the darkness, darting in her direction. She flinched, then lowered her hand to see the Vicar who had been waiting in the porch. Thank the Lord, you're here. I must be going now. Thank you for your kindness. Before Lucy could get a word in, the Vicar slid past her and quickly disappeared into the moonlit, starless night. Inside the chapel, the only light was filtered through the sparse stained glass windows, scattering a multitude of fractured colors across the maroon tiles and dark wood pews. Dust floated aimlessly in the beams of light, only to become hidden in the darkness once more. At the far end of the center aisle, something was illuminated by a beam of red light, moonlight passing through the blood of Christ, impaled by the spear of Longinus. An adult-sized figure lay under a white sheet. This couldn't be their son, Lucy thought. She'd gotten the impression of a young boy, no less than 10, but the shape concealed under the veil was of no child. Then again, who she'd thought to be the parents outside had never specified an age. She let her arms flop down to her sides in exasperation. This was going to be a hefty load. She dialed her colleague, hoping to call him out for assistance. No luck. It seemed like she had reception, but the call just kept going straight to the busy tone. Reluctantly, Lucy released the gurney jacks and lowered it to floor level. Snapping on tight a pair of latex gloves, she squatted, bracing her back, and pulled at the ankles. She stumbled backward, letting go of the body after finding that, for its size, it was impossibly light. Not like a plastic mannequin, but with the resistance of a child's limp body. The body slid onto the stretcher without any trouble, and Lucy once again pumped up the jacks. She hesitated for a moment. There was a feeling, a magnetic pull toward the body under the blanket. She found her hand drifting toward the head, intent on pulling back the sheet before catching it and pulling away. A heavy foreboding seemed to be contained under that thin layer of fabric, and if she were to shift it away, some untold terror would be unleashed. Relenting, Lucy turned the trolley around in the aisle and made her way back toward the entrance. She still felt the presence of her God, guiding her even on this darkest of nights. But there was something else too, something she didn't stay long enough to discern. A wave of anguished wailing erupted from the woman outside as the gurney wheeled past. The man looked down to the body, then up to Lucy, the sense of loss palpable in his eyes. Even holding his gaze for just a moment caused a chill to race down her spine. She gave them the address of her shop, and they made off without another word, only mumbles of reassurance amongst sorrowful cries. In the void where two people had just been, a thick silence took residence that followed Lucy as she pushed the trolley back down the cobbled path. The stretcher loaded into the van with ease and was secured in moments. Despite the apparent cell reception, the sat-nav presented her route as a lone, ragged blue line that bent and curved the route home. The dark lanes coiling ahead of the van were just as, if not more, unrecognizable than they had been on the initial journey. Perhaps the sat-nav had just chosen another way back. It didn't matter. Something shifted in the back, unknown to Lucy. Was that a stifled cough, maybe a sniffle, that came from somewhere behind her? She wasn't even certain if there had been any sound at all. She kept her eyes locked on the road. Out of sight, out of mind. Lucy didn't know when it happened, but she found herself finally driving down a road she knew. In tandem, the sat-nav blinked with buffering satellite imagery, even though there had been reception for most of the night. Not 10 minutes later, Lucy's van pulled up into the rear entrance to the shop. She sat with her eyes closed for a brief moment after turning off the vehicle. The events had left her a little shaken, but the feeling bled away as she acknowledged her exhaustion. Everything was normal. She only needed a warm coffee to wake up. The town wasn't silent, and the gurney clips shattered no unbroken calm. Distant noises of cars drifted along the sky as Lucy pulled the stretcher out, pumped the jacks, and made her way up the slight ramp to the mortuary. Entering the freezer room, she winced at the cold blast of air, but the jolt woke her up some, sharpening her mind. The racks were empty. Always aspiring to be neat as possible, Lucy slid the stretcher off of the trolley and onto the lowermost rack. Empty spaces below a body didn't sit right with her, for reasons she could never pin down. The stretcher, bearing the impression of a corpse beneath linen, slid back into the shelves and clicked into place, leaving the gurney empty. Lucy returned it back to her van, then came around to the front entrance, opening the shop's doors for the day. At long last, the kettle squealed, heralding the hot brew of coffee Lucy needed since the moment she woke. The steam drifted from her mug into the winter air as she walked down the old, beaten path behind the shop, down to her favorite spot by the lake. A lone bench overlooked the watery expanse, still glittering with stars from the fading night. Lucy sat, cradling her mug, looking out across the water. It was really a form of meditation that, for her at least, required no effort. Being a familiar sight, Lucy didn't yet notice the sky's stark contrast in comparison to earlier. Yes, cloud cover may have come and gone, smothering the stars and releasing them later, but the moon still hung back in Finch's green, clear as day. Here, both the pale crescent and the starry expanse were visible. Before she could understand any of it, the sun began its climb, slowly heaving itself above the horizon. Finishing her coffee, Lucy stood up from the bench, stretched out, and made her way back to the funeral director's. After starting up her work laptop, the rising urge for another coffee pushed itself into her mind. This urge was quickly sated, though, when her colleague Dan arrived with fresh coffee and wholemeal blueberry muffins. "Hey, Luce, if you've already had breakfast, well, make some room." "Morning, Dan. Is this muffin thing turning into a tradition? You know I can't resist the bakery when I drive past. Maybe I should take a different route in the mornings, but they're just so damn good." He chuckled. Dan set down the to-go breakfast and sat down across from Lucy, pulling out a folder from his bag. "Thanks," Lucy said. "I've just picked another one up today. A little boy." Dan released a sigh at this. Even for those accustomed to death and the morbid in general, dead children were something that could only be prepared for. There was no getting used to it. "Yeah, he's not really little at all, though. I tried calling you earlier, thought I might need some help, but it didn't end up being too difficult. Was your phone off?" "You phoned me? I've had it plugged in all night, and you know I'm never on Do Not Disturb. Same reasons as you." Dan unlocked his phone and navigated to the Contacts app. He scanned the missed calls for a moment before looking back up to Lucy. "Nope. Nothing. Weird. Well, it doesn't matter. He's here now." Lucy rose up from her seat, turning slightly while beckoning Dan to follow. The pair entered the freezer room. Even with a now wakeful head, Lucy felt that dark apprehension, just as she had back in the church. Dan made his way over to the racks and pulled the only occupied one halfway out. He gently uncovered the body, pulling the white linen away from the head. Lucy's legs almost gave out when she saw what lay underneath. This thing was not a little boy. It wasn't even human. The head was a coiled mess of twisted, ribbed horns, curled tightly to form a round and solid mass, only broken by a central hole where a face might be, a window into a black abyss. Chitinous patches covered the skin on its chest and shoulders, framed by visceral purple skin stretched taut across sharp bone. Bulging veins branched across the surface, but their color, their vitality, belonged to a living body, not a corpse. The intense focus Lucy held on the creature dulled her other senses, deafening her to Dan's worried calls. Luce, are you okay?" Everything came back sharply, her shallow breaths, the pounding of blood in her temples. You don't... It's... I know. He can't be more than 7 or 8. I get that it's more difficult for you with children of your own. Dan turned around without waiting for a response and covered the abomination back over. Come back through. I need to be filled in on your info. He walked out of sight into the reception area, leaving Lucy to absorb the newfound horror she had just witnessed. Did he not see what I just saw? She thought, slack-jawed, feeling somewhere between shock and puzzlement. As much as she wanted to check her eyes hadn't deceived her, Lucy couldn't bring herself to lift the sheet. Even with her fingers grasped onto the rim, it was as if the sheet were made of titanium. Are you of faith? Lucy stepped back from the racks and spun around, looking for Dan. It was an odd question, but he was the only other person in the shop. No one. He wasn't there. Lucy didn't have time to think about her next action before the question rang out again from every conceivable direction. Are you of faith? Trembling, she turned her head ever so slowly, peering out the corner of her eye toward the shelved body before looking at it directly. She didn't know what she was expecting, but the corpse lay still as ever, unmoving, silent. Her unnerving trance relented, and she was quick to pace over to the cold room's door, exiting and closing it. Lucy took a moment to still her racing thoughts. That couldn't have actually happened, right? She was just tired. Yes, that was it. Just tired. She'd had a bit of a late night, so it was a reasonable conclusion. She and Dan discussed the details of the case. The parents had only introduced themselves as Mr. and Mrs. Petro at the time, and their deceased son as Liam. In any case, the cause of death was as clear to Lucy as the next winning lottery ticket's number, so she rang her usual coroner to arrange an autopsy. An examination on the afternoon of the same day was agreed, but the Petros turned up just before midday. The daylight drew out their complexions, Mr. Petro's tanned skin and wind-worn crow's feet contrasting Mrs. Petro's fairer and paler, but reddened face. Mr. Petro seemed in a half-daze, but shook himself into order to address Lucy. Hi there. We would have come earlier, but, well, I completely understand. This is a very difficult time for you, Lucy reassured him. Can we see him? His wife looked up from the floor, floodgates already on the verge of bursting open. She looked over to him, then to Lucy. The emotion in her eyes took a second for Lucy to fully comprehend. A despair beyond despair. Too stunned initially to reply, Dan stepped in and gestured to the couple to follow. Not a word spoken. Lucy sat at her desk outside, already planning the basic arrangements for Liam's funeral. Halfway through typing a word, her hand jolted sideways and broke off a keycap in response to the mother's abrupt wail. Mr. Petro emerged from the cold room, barely supporting his own flimsy stoicism, let alone the sobbing and weak-kneed Mrs. Petro who clung to his shoulder. Standing now, Lucy rested a gentle hand on Mrs. Petro's back. It's okay if you want to come back another day to go through our options. Any break you want is time you need. The mother's spasms and sobs calmed just a bit, and she drew in a few deep sniffles to clear her nose. Thanks. I just never imagined our time with him would be so short. Her words were cut off by an involuntary hic, but she caught herself from breaking down again. Mr. Petro spoke up in her place. I think we should talk about plans now, if you're not booked up. His wife nodded in agreement. Lucy reciprocated, opening the meeting room door and leading them inside. Most, if not all of the suggestions came from Lucy, the parents being too distraught to trust themselves to think clearly. Though, in particular, they insisted the funeral be modest and discreet. Lucy understood this. The commonly used proverb of, "We are not here to mourn their passing, but to celebrate their life," did not apply so well when the deceased in question had barely gotten a glimpse of their own. No disagreements were had, but it may have simply been that the parents were already anxious to leave the same building housing their dead child. They had informed Lucy of a medical condition the boy had involving high blood pressure. This was passed on to the coroner when the body was sent off for the post-mortem. It turned out to be of great help, as the coroner was finished by late afternoon on the same day. It was found that the boy suffered from a major aneurysm, which was recorded as the official cause of death. However, Lucy found no closure in knowing this. When she brought the body into the embalming room, a voice once again pierced the veil. It was different this time, not the weak and raspy one that spoke to her before, but youthful and choked up. "It's so dark. Where's my mummy and daddy? Please, let me out." Lucy could only listen as her limbs became stiff as the corpse beneath her. The pleading was answered for her. "Don't worry, boy. We're in this together, and it won't be long now. Lucy here will see to that." For the first time, her lips parted to inquire on this madness. "Who is that?" "We're right in front of you," the raspy voice shot back. Lucy took a step back in impossible realization. "We mean you no harm. He's only a child, after all. If you would just lay us to rest, he can be freed." The utterance was followed by quiet, ethereal sobs. The voices lent Lucy no comfort, for how could this be? She was close to fainting when the familiar voice of her colleague brought her back from her stupor. "You want me to do this, Luce? I'm not going to judge you or anything." Yes, please. That would be for the best, I think." While Dan took care of the embalming, Lucy did the admin, planning costs and services for the funeral. It was to be held at the start of the next week. As planned, the funeral was nothing special, nor was it in celebration or reminiscence. Lucy and the attendees were held under a blanket of silence, except the parents. This time, Mr. Petro joined his wife in her expressions of grief, matching her despair. He'd been bottling up his true feelings until this moment, feeling like he would fail his lost child in doing so before the ceremony. In accordance with their hopelessness, the parents had wished for a closed casket, outdoor funeral. Lucy tried to push the feeling away, but it brought her some relief, knowing she wouldn't have to see that monstrosity invisible to all but her. After the vicar spoke the final vows, the casket was lowered and it was done. Short and anything but sweet. Mr. and Mrs. Petro thanked Lucy for her compassion, then left quietly. Lucy returned to her shop for the day, thankful it was finally over, despite the entire process being relatively short in comparison with previous cases. Still, there was a lingering stress, so she went out the back to do what she always did, when in need of some peace, however brief. The familiar feeling of worries being washed away came over her as she sat looking out across the lake. She'd been stressing before that the boy wasn't commemorated as he deserved, but respected the decision of his parents more than anything. It was during her contemplation when a different feeling came over her, something entirely unfamiliar. She recalled how she'd felt after hearing those disembodied voices. Stiff, unable to move, only now it was all-encompassing. Through some unknown influence, her entire body became rigid, tensed in apprehension of something. That something introduced itself as distant, echoing steps sounding from down the path to her right. They sounded wrong, like they reverberated about a large cathedral instead of the open air. A cold sweat broke out on Lucy's forehead as the footsteps grew closer, agonizingly slow. Though they were already audible, only when they grew closer could the sound of crunching leaves beneath hefty feet be heard. An involuntary whimper grew from Lucy's throat as she felt the wood of the bench creak beside her, as if something large had taken a seat and settled quietly. For a moment, the only sound was her shallow, shaky breaths. "You are of faith, aren't you? Of faith so steadfast that the barriers in your perception have fallen away, unlike most." The same gravelly voice was addressing her now. She only hoped that whatever was holding her in place would not let go, in fear of turning to see the being. "Do not fret. I am here to show my thanks, nothing more. You put the poor boy's soul at peace, and he has left his flesh in search of the beyond." Something else came, and forced me out of my prison. Its wistful rambling was too much to withstand in any case. I owe you some form of explanation, I think. His very soul was in the process of being twisted, cultivated by the hands of the legion who had taken residence within him. I salute the priest's efforts, of course, but he could not follow through. His death during exorcism means that I am something halfway. Though its voice sounded torn and shredded, it strangely comforted Lucy's trembling form, even if the blood was drained from her face. I harbor no ill will, nor do I have visions of benevolence. I know not of hellfire and brimstone, but as it is for my creators, it is the realm of my belonging, and so I must return. Thank you. That is all. With that, the pressure that emanated from the air itself dissipated, and with the soft creaking of wood being relieved, Lucy's visitor departed. She didn't know how to feel as her limbs were freed from stasis. A demon? No, a demon could never speak so neutrally. She turned to look, to call after it with the questions that piled in her mind, but it was gone. Whatever it was, she felt an unexpected satisfaction from its visit. Closure, however unimaginable the circumstances. She stood and began the slow walk back. Her faith was strengthened with a compassion for something she didn't know existed, living underneath a star-filled sky that might never falter again. Hey everyone, this is something that I've never really told anyone about. I mean, I've talked about it in passing, but never really gone into detail about what happened on that hike. It's one of those things that stuck with me for years. I've been meaning to share it, but at every time I think about it, the whole thing just gives me chills. Even now, just thinking back on it, I can't shake the feeling that something was off, like something could have gone terribly wrong, and I might have never made it back. I know this might sound dramatic, but I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. I'm no stranger to solo hiking. In fact, it's one of my favorite things to do. There's something so freeing about it. Escaping the hustle of daily life, leaving the noise and chaos behind, and just being in the moment. Just you and nature. Surrounded by the scent of trees and the sound of your footsteps on the earth. I'd done it dozens of times before, and I thought I knew how to keep myself safe. So when I decided to hike the Redwood Crest Trail in California again, it was supposed to be just another trip. A few days off work, a solo trek through the quiet woods. I'd hiked it a couple of times before, so I knew the path well enough to feel confident. But this time was different. I don't know how to explain it. There was just a strange sense of unease that clung to me from the moment I left home. It felt like a warning in the back of my mind, like something wasn't quite right. But I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just nerves, maybe it was something in the air, but I didn't want to dwell on it. After all, this was supposed to be an escape, a time to clear my head and reconnect with the wilderness. But if I'm being honest, I should have trusted that feeling. Looking back now, I wish I had. It was late in the afternoon when I finally set off. The sun was hanging low over the hills, casting long, slanted shadows across the trail, painting the forest in shades of gold and orange. The light was soft and almost dreamlike, but it also gave the trees an eerie presence, their towering forms stretching high above me like ancient giants. I could feel the weight of the place, the deep history embedded in every branch and leaf. The air was crisp, carrying the distinct scent of pine and damp earth, but there was something strange about the atmosphere. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. Waiting for what, though? I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it made me uneasy. There's a certain quiet you experience in the woods that's different from the kind of silence you get in the city. In the city, silence feels unnatural, uncomfortable. But out here in nature, it's a peaceful kind of silence, the kind where you can hear the wind in the trees or the distant call of birds. But today, this silence was oppressive. It was like the world was holding still, as if it was waiting for something to happen. The birds weren't chirping, the breeze didn't stir the leaves, it was just still. The Redwood Crest Trail is known for being remote. Sure, it's beautiful, with its towering redwoods and winding paths, but it's also one of those places that feels isolated, almost like it's not meant for visitors. The trees here are so tall and thick that you can barely see the sky through them. They stretch upward, their trunks gnarled and ancient, the bark rough and peeling in places. There's a sort of majesty to them, but also an underlying sense of solitude. They've stood there for centuries, untouched by time, and you can't help but feel insignificant in their presence. The ground is soft, covered in a thick carpet of pine needles that muffle the sound of your footsteps. The path is narrow and winding, often lined with jagged rocks and twisted roots. It's the kind of place where if you're not careful, you could easily lose track of where you're going. I'd been walking for a while, just taking it all in. The trail was quiet, not a soul in sight, which suited me just fine. It gave me the solitude I was looking for, the space to clear my head. The sun was dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows on the ground as I moved deeper into the forest. The air had a cool edge to it now, a reminder that the night would soon be upon me. I checked my watch. It was getting late, but I wasn't in a hurry. I'd hiked these trails before, and I knew how to pace myself. It was then that I first noticed him. I spotted him ahead of me, just a tiny figure in the distance, moving along the trail. He was far enough that I didn't think much of him at first, just another hiker, probably on the same path. But there was something about the way he was walking that caught my attention. His movements seemed off, like he wasn't following the trail the way most people would. Instead, it was as if he was wandering aimlessly, his pace uneven, as if he was searching for something, or perhaps avoiding something. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was odd. But I didn't want to jump to conclusions. People hike this trail all the time. Sometimes you don't realize how far off the path you've gone, and it's easy to get disoriented when the forest is so dense. Still, something about him didn't sit right with me. I didn't feel threatened per se, but there was this quiet, nagging sense of discomfort that I couldn't shake. As I kept walking, I noticed that he seemed to be getting closer, slowly but surely. I wasn't in any rush to overtake him, but eventually the distance between us closed, and I found myself just behind him. That's when I really got a good look at him. He was tall, maybe in his 40s or 50s, with a wiry frame that looked like it hadn't seen much sun in a long time. His skin was pale, almost sickly, and his clothes were old, faded, jeans that were ripped at the knees, a jacket that looked like it hadn't been washed in months. His boots were scuffed, worn from years of use. There was something about him that screamed isolation, like he hadn't been in contact with the outside world for a long time, like he'd just stepped out of the woods after being there for who knows how long. But it was his eyes that stood out the most. They were the first thing I noticed when I got close enough. They were wide, almost unnaturally wide, and they seemed to track every little movement I made. There was an intensity to his gaze, as if he was studying me, trying to figure me out, and I didn't like it. His eyes were locked on mine, and even though he hadn't said a word, I felt an unsettling sense of being observed. When he saw me approaching, he smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was calculated, almost as though he was trying to convince me that everything was fine, even though I knew deep down it wasn't. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. His expression was unsettlingly blank, like he was putting on a mask to hide something beneath it. "Hey there!" He called out in a deep voice that seemed to echo strangely around the trees. His tone was too loud for such a quiet, remote place, and the sound of it seemed to hang in the air, heavy and lingering. "You hiking alone?" I hesitated for a second. I was alone, yes, but something in his voice made me pause. It wasn't a typical greeting. It wasn't casual. It was too sharp, too deliberate. Something about it made my stomach churn, but I tried not to let it show. "Yeah," I said, keeping my voice steady, trying to remain neutral. "Just out for a hike." He nodded slowly, like he had expected that answer. "I've been hiking these trails for years," he continued, his voice now dropping into a more confidential tone, like he was sharing some insider knowledge. "You know, you're not really supposed to be out here alone. It's not safe." He chuckled, but the sound was dry, almost forced, like he was trying to be friendly but couldn't quite pull it off. "Really?" I said, trying to sound casual. "I've hiked this trail before. I'll be fine." He raised an eyebrow and gave me a slow, almost pitying look. Then his eyes flicked to my backpack as though he was assessing its contents. "You got everything you need? A map? Compass? Any weapons?" he asked, the last word hanging in the air like a challenge. "Weapons?" I blinked, not sure whether to laugh or be concerned. "Nah, I'm just here for a hike," I said, trying to keep the conversation light. His smile never faltered. "You sure?" he pressed, his voice lowering. "You might want to bring something next time. There are real dangers out here, not just wild animals, you know?" He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "People can be dangerous too." My heart skipped a beat. There was something about the way he said that, the weight behind his words. It wasn't a warning. It was a statement of fact, as if he was speaking from experience. It didn't sit right with me, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was overthinking things. After all, I was an experienced hiker, and I had never had any real problems on the trail before. Before I could respond, he changed the subject quickly, as though to steer the conversation in a different direction. "Oh, you're going to want to take the detour up ahead," he said, a sudden enthusiasm in his voice. "There's a hidden waterfall up that way. Not on any maps, but it's worth the hike. Beautiful spot." His words sounded rehearsed, like he'd said them 100 times before. The way he spoke, it didn't feel natural. It felt like he was trying too hard to convince me, to get me to go with him. And the fact that he was offering advice on something off the main trail, that made me uncomfortable. I had been hiking for a while, and I knew the area well enough to recognize that there were no waterfalls listed on the map in that direction. I took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. "I think I'll stick to the main trail," I said, hoping he'd back off. "I'm not really looking for a detour." His expression changed in an instant. The smile, that strange, calculated smile, slipped from his face, replaced with something colder, something more unsettling. "Come on, it's just a little off the path," he said, his voice dropping lower, almost to a whisper. "You'll see something you've never seen before. Trust me. It's worth it." I shook my head, my instincts telling me to get away from him. "I'm really fine with the main trail," I said firmly, trying to stand my ground. But then he leaned in, just a little too close, his eyes boring into mine, and he whispered, "You don't want to miss it." I felt a chill run down my spine. The way he said it, there was something about it that made my blood run cold. I didn't know what his intentions were, but I knew I didn't want to find out. I needed to get away from this guy. There was no way I was going off the trail with him. Just as I was about to make my excuse to leave, my eyes drifted down to his backpack. It was half unzipped, and in the dim light, I caught a glimpse of something that made my heart lurch. A roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and zip ties. My breath caught in my throat, and my heart started pounding. There was no mistaking it now. This wasn't just a friendly hiker I'd run into. Something was wrong, and I knew it in the pit of my stomach. I remember that moment with such clarity, every detail etched into my mind like a scar. My heart was pounding so loudly in my chest that I thought for sure he could hear it too. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt dry. My eyes kept flicking back to that backpack, to the duct tape, the knife, the zip ties. They were there, right in front of me, and that thought alone sent a wave of cold panic over me. What was he planning? What did he want with me? The questions bombarded my brain, but there was no logical answer. I didn't know him, and he didn't know me. He was just some guy on the trail, right? Except didn't feel like that. It felt like something far more sinister was at play. I forced myself to focus, to clear the fog of fear that clouded my mind. I took a slow, measured breath. My eyes darted around, trying to find a way out, a way to leave without making him suspicious. The trees towered above me, but there was nowhere to hide. The narrow path we were on had nowhere to duck into. I was in the open, and if I tried to make a run for it, he would see me. Then, for a split second, I remembered the route I had come from, the winding path that I'd been following earlier. It wasn't far, but I knew the terrain well enough to know that getting back to the main trail wouldn't be easy. The underbrush here was thick, and if I tried to cut through, I might lose my way or make too much noise. But standing there with him so close, I couldn't afford to think about the terrain. I needed to make a decision, and fast. I did the only thing I could think of. I pretended to tie my boot. It was a stupid excuse, but it was enough to give me a moment to compose myself. I crouched down, my fingers fumbling with the laces as my mind raced. It felt like I was in slow motion, and I was acutely aware of every sound around me, my own breathing, the rustling of the leaves, the faint chirping of a bird somewhere in the distance. Then, just as I was about to push myself back up, I heard it. His voice, soft and low, yet unmistakable in the stillness of the forest. "You don't have to be scared." The words sent a chill through me, a shiver that rattled down my spine. How could he know what I was feeling? It was like he was reading my thoughts. I looked up, trying to maintain the composure I had left, but I could see that his expression had shifted. There was no more fake friendliness, no more warmth. It was cold, calculated. "Just take a walk with me," he said, and the words weren't a suggestion anymore. They were a command. His eyes locked onto mine again, and I could see something dark in them now, something that made my stomach twist. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't give him a chance to pull me into whatever plan he had for me. I could feel the sweat beating on the back of my neck, my heart hammering in my chest as I took in a shaky breath. Then, before I could second guess myself, my legs exploded into motion. I pushed off the ground and bolted forward, my legs carrying me faster than I thought was possible. I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to. The sound of my feet crashing against the dirt path, the snap of twigs underfoot, was drowned out by the roar of panic in my ears. My lungs burned, each breath coming in short, desperate gasps. I could hear him behind me. I didn't know how far away he was, but the noise of his footsteps in the underbrush was getting closer. His pace wasn't as fast as mine, but he was moving quickly, pushing through the trees with a determined, steady rhythm. I couldn't think about that. I couldn't think about him gaining on me. I had to keep moving. The trail twisted and turned, but I didn't care anymore. I wasn't following the path, I was just running. Branches slapped at my face and rocks jabbed up at my feet, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The cold fear in my chest surged with every pounding step. What if I tripped? What if I stumbled and fell? What if he caught up to me? The thought sent another jolt of terror through me. I pushed harder, my legs aching, but my body didn't care. It wasn't going to stop. Not until I was safe. The shadows from the trees seemed to close in on me, and the darkening sky made it harder to see. My breath was coming so fast and shallow that I could barely hear the crunch of leaves underfoot anymore, just the relentless pounding of my own heart. Then, just as I felt like I couldn't run another step, I saw it. A break in the trees, a clearing up ahead. My legs were on fire, my body screaming at me to slow down, but the sight of that open space gave me new strength. The clearing was small, but it led to a bigger area, a ranger station in the distance. I knew it wasn't far. I could make it. I pushed through the last stretch of underbrush, not daring to glance over my shoulder. My feet were slapping against the dirt, the sounds of the forest muffled as the adrenaline coursed through me. I could feel my body burning with effort, but I wasn't about to stop. Just as I burst out into the clearing, I saw the ranger station, a small wooden building with a red roof, its windows dimly lit by the fading light of day. I didn't know if anyone was there, but I wasn't taking chances. I yelled out, my voice hoarse with panic. "Help! There's a guy chasing me!" I didn't even slow down. I kept running, my feet pounding the earth with desperate urgency. The ranger looked up as I neared, his expression confused, then quickly shifted to one of concern. He stepped forward, his hand raised as though to stop me, but I didn't care. I was already shouting again. "There's a guy back there! He's chasing me! He's dangerous!" The ranger's face immediately darkened and he glanced toward the trees behind me, his eyes narrowing. His body tensed, but he didn't seem surprised by my words. It was like he already knew what I was talking about. "You're not the first person to mention a guy like that," he said, his voice grave. "That's Rick. He's been hanging around these trails for weeks. We think he's involved in some disappearances. Hikers who go off the beaten path and never come back." The words hit me like a ton of bricks. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. "Disappearances?" I whispered, trying to process what he was saying. "If you'd gone any further with him, you wouldn't have come back." That was it. The truth hit me in waves. I felt sick to my stomach. My legs, which had been trembling with adrenaline, gave out under me. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air as my body shook uncontrollably. I felt like I had just narrowly escaped something that could have ended terribly. If I hadn't turned around when I did, if I hadn't gotten away when I had, I might still be out there, a missing person. Another lost hiker who wandered too far off the path. The thought of it still haunts me. I don't hike alone anymore. Not since that day. I've tried to, but every time I think about it, I remember Rick and the way he looked at me, the way he spoke, and the sheer danger I narrowly avoided. The fear that gripped me when I realized just how close I came to something that could have been my last day on Earth, it still doesn't feel real. Even now, I can't help but imagine what might have happened if I hadn't trusted that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. What if I had listened to Rick's suggestions? What if I had taken that detour he kept pushing me toward, thinking I was just another curious hiker who'd stumbled upon an off-the-map spot? What if I'd followed him deeper into the woods beyond the ranger station, where no one would have heard my cries for help? The thought is enough to make me shiver. I still love nature, I still love hiking, but now I make sure I'm never alone on the trails. My name is Alex, and I work as a night janitor at a small, mid-sized office building tucked away in a quiet, somewhat industrial part of Los Angeles. I know, it doesn't sound like the most glamorous job in the world, but it's simple, pays the bills, and leaves me plenty of time to myself. You wouldn't believe how often people think cleaning offices at night is just about wiping down desks and taking out the trash. There's actually a lot more to it than that. Especially when you're the last one in the building, walking through empty hallways at the dead of night. It's eerie, but I've grown used to it. In a strange way, I almost find it comforting. No phones ringing, no emails to check, no annoying chatter from coworkers. Just the quiet hum of the building's air conditioning and the distant flicker of old fluorescent lights above me. I've been at this job for about a year now, and honestly, most nights blend together in a haze of monotony. There's something about this place, though, something that always gives me an odd feeling when I'm walking through the corridors alone. Maybe it's the creaky floors or the way the shadows seem to stretch a little too long, but most of the time it's manageable. The building itself is a bit of a relic, built in the early 80s. 4 floors, and each one is pretty much the same. The walls are all beige, the carpet worn and stained in places, and the outdated elevator system is slow as molasses. I've learned every nook and cranny of the place, including the stairwell, which I usually take when I'm moving between floors. It's narrow, with low ceilings and no windows, so it feels like you're walking through some hidden passageway, the kind of place you would expect to find in a thriller movie. The office space, for the most part, isn't very well kept either. The cleaning supplies are all in a utility closet on the second floor, tucked away in a small room that no one ever seems to use. I've got my own set of routines: sweep, mop, take out the trash, wipe down the desks, and move on. The kind of thing that lets my mind wander a bit, but not too much. Just enough to keep me going, to let the hours pass. Now, when I first started working here, I didn't think much of the quiet nights. Sure, the silence can feel suffocating at times, but I didn't think anything particularly strange was going on. It was just an old office building full of empty cubicles, stacked chairs, and abandoned coffee mugs. After a while, I stopped noticing the little things. The way the building always seemed to groan when no one was around, the way the temperature seemed to drop at random in certain areas. But tonight, this night, was different. It was past midnight, maybe 1 a.m., and I was on my last round of cleaning for the night. I had finished up the third floor, and all that was left was the second. The second floor is usually the quietest. It's mostly just empty offices that no one uses anymore. Most of the workers who come in late are on the higher floors, so I'm rarely interrupted. It's almost too quiet down there, but at this hour, it's kind of comforting. The only sound is the swish of my mop on the floor and the occasional soft buzz from the vending machine in the corner of the lobby. I was halfway through the second floor hallway when I noticed something out of place. A faint light was spilling from beneath the door of one of the side offices. I knew it was supposed to be locked. It always is. The office, number 211, is an old conference room that gets used once in a blue moon. It's never open when I come around to clean, and I'm usually the last one to lock up the place. At first, I figured it was nothing. Maybe a coworker had forgotten to lock it or something. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That small sliver of light, the kind of light that shouldn't be there at this hour, seemed wrong somehow. It stood out in the dim hallway, making the shadows feel deeper than usual. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, this was the kind of thing that happened every once in a while. But something made me stop and look again. I walked over slowly, my sneakers making a soft squeak against the waxed floor. I could feel my heartbeat quicken for some reason, though I couldn't explain why. My breath seemed to get a little heavier, and I had this tight knot in my stomach, like something was about to happen, something I wasn't prepared for. I leaned closer to the door, peering through the small crack that had been left open. The door itself was metal, the kind with a solid handle that you can't just open without turning the knob. What I saw inside made my stomach drop. At first, I couldn't quite make it out. The office was dimly lit, the single overhead light casting shadows that made everything appear blurry. But then my eyes focused and I saw a figure, crouched behind the desk. A man. My heart nearly stopped. For a second, I thought I was seeing things. Maybe someone had gotten into the building after hours, some homeless person looking for shelter. But no, this wasn't just any person. His clothes were dark, a wrinkled shirt and pants that looked like they hadn't been washed in days. His hair was unkempt, wild, as if it hadn't seen a comb in months. But what really made me freeze was what he was holding. In his hand, gripped tightly, was something gleaming in the dim light. Something sharp. A knife. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was frozen, and I could feel the cold sweat starting to bead on the back of my neck. I should have turned and walked away right then, should have backed out slowly and called the police from a safe distance. But I didn't. Something stupidly, told me that maybe I could handle this. Maybe he was just some lost soul who'd wandered in and didn't know what he was doing. Maybe he was harmless. But that feeling, that sinking feeling in my stomach, wouldn't go away. I stepped forward slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible. I pushed the door open a little more, but I was careful not to make it swing too far. I needed to get a better look at him to figure out what was going on. But as soon as I did, I saw his eyes. They were wide, almost too wide, like he was staring at something I couldn't see. And then, suddenly, he looked directly at me. The chill that ran through me wasn't just fear. It was a primal instinct, telling me to get out, to run, but I didn't move. And that's when he made his move. Everything after that happened so fast, I barely had time to react. The man's eyes locked onto mine, and for a split second, I thought I was going to pass out right there. My body was frozen, like some primal part of me knew exactly how bad this situation was. He didn't speak. He didn't move for a moment, but there was something in the way he looked at me, something that sent a shiver through my spine. It was as though he was sizing me up, deciding if I was a threat or not. And then, without warning, he lunged. I barely had time to process what was happening. His movements were fast, too fast. In an instant, he was no longer crouched behind the desk. He was charging at me, his hands outstretched, the knife gleaming under the dim light. I instinctively stepped backward, but my foot caught on something, maybe a chair or the mop bucket I'd left behind. Whatever it was, it sent me sprawling to the floor. The sound of the chair scraping across the floor as I fell felt deafening, and for a split second, I thought he might have heard it too. My breath was coming in short, panicked gasps, my heart pounding in my chest as I scrambled backward. I couldn't even think straight. All I could focus on was getting away from him. I wasn't a fighter. I wasn't prepared for this. I was just a janitor, doing my shift, minding my own business. But he didn't seem to care about any of that. His eyes were locked onto me, and there was nothing but malice in them. I finally managed to push myself to my feet, my hands shaking as I grabbed at my keys. I could feel the slickness of sweat on my palms, but I didn't stop moving. I turned on my heels and ran. My feet pounded against the floor, the sound echoing through the hallway as I sprinted toward the stairwell. I could hear him behind me. His footsteps were heavy and relentless, getting closer with each passing second. I didn't even look back. I just had to make it to the stairs, to the exit. I had to get out. As I reached the stairwell door, I didn't bother to stop and check if he was still behind me. I threw the door open and bolted down the stairs. The building was silent, save for the sound of my footsteps clattering down the concrete steps. The stairwell was narrow, the walls close and oppressive. My breath was ragged, and my chest felt like it was going to explode. I couldn't seem to get enough air, but I didn't stop running. Not even for a second. My mind was a blur, only focused on the goal. Get out. Get to safety. But with each floor I descended, I realized just how far I was from the lobby, how far I was from the front door. By the time I reached the ground floor, my legs felt like they were made of lead. I was almost there, just a few more feet to the lobby. I could see the faint light from the lobby's exit doors, just a sliver of warmth in the cold, empty building. But when I burst into the lobby, expecting to see the night security guard sitting at the front desk, I was met with something far worse. The desk was empty. I skidded to a halt, heart in my throat. My mind raced. Where was the guard? This was never the case. He's always there, watching the monitors, even if he wasn't actively patrolling. The lobby should have been his domain. He was supposed to be my safety net. But there was no sign of him, no sign of anyone. The place was dead silent, save for the low hum of the vending machines in the corner. I didn't stop to think. I couldn't. Panic surged in my chest. The man was still out there, and now I had no idea where he was. Was he still following me? Had he given up? I spun around, scanning the lobby for any sign of movement. The front door was just a few feet away. I could make it. If I could just get to the doors, get outside, I could get to my car. The glass doors were locked, but the emergency exit was to my right. I bolted toward it, my hands fumbling for the door handle. My head was spinning. I couldn't think straight. All I knew was that I had to get out. I pushed the door open, hearing the faint click of the mechanism as the door swung wide. The cool night air hit me like a wave, refreshing but terrifying at the same time. It was empty out here, the parking lot bathed in the pale light of the street lamps. I could see my car parked near the far end of the lot, its headlights reflecting off the wet pavement. The sense of relief that washed over me was short-lived, though, when I heard it. The footsteps. They were still behind me. I dared a quick glance over my shoulder, and my blood ran cold. The man wasn't chasing me anymore. No, he was standing in the doorway of the building, just inside. He was watching me. Not moving, not making a sound, but his eyes never left me. I couldn't make out the expression on his face, whether he was waiting or if he was just trying to gauge what I'd do next. But the sight of him standing there, motionless, sent a chill down my spine. I didn't wait to find out. I turned and ran for my car, every step feeling like I was dragging my feet through quicksand. My heart was racing, blood pounding in my ears, and I could hear his footsteps behind me again, only quieter now, like he was still there, lurking in the background. I reached my car, hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. The cold metal felt slippery against my fingers, and for a moment I thought I was going to drop them. My breath was coming in short gasps, my chest tight with panic, and I finally got the door open. I slid into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. I didn't waste any time. I started the engine, my hands shaking as I pressed my foot to the gas. The tires screeched as I sped out of the parking lot, not daring to look in my rearview mirror, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching me. Still waiting. I dialed 911 the second I was out of the lot, my hands trembling as I told the operator everything that had happened. The dispatcher stayed calm, reassuring me that help was on the way, but I couldn't stop shaking. I felt sick to my stomach, like I'd narrowly escaped something I wasn't prepared to face. But no matter how much I tried to calm down, I couldn't shake the image of his face, his cold, unblinking stare as he watched me from the doorway. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized just how close I had come to something much worse. The police arrived about 20 minutes later, and by that point, I was a wreck. My hands were still shaking and my thoughts were all over the place. I sat in my car, parked across the street from the building, too terrified to get out, too paranoid to look anywhere but straight ahead. I kept expecting to see the man appear in the parking lot, walking calmly toward me, his knife still in his hand. I could barely explain what had happened when the officers arrived. It was hard to put into words the way my body had frozen when I saw him behind that desk, the way he had moved at me with such speed, as though he was waiting for that exact moment. When I told them about the knife, they looked at each other, but didn't say anything. They were used to hearing strange stories, but I could see it in their eyes. This was more than just some random break-in or trespassing case. We headed back to the building and they started their investigation. They checked the stairwell, the hallways, every office. I stayed outside, pacing, feeling sick to my stomach. The last thing I wanted was to be inside that building again, even with the police. I didn't want to face what I knew was still lurking in there. When they reviewed the security footage, things got worse, much worse. They showed me the tapes from the cameras in the building. I was expecting to see the man entering the building after hours or maybe sneaking into one of the offices. But what they found made my blood run cold. The footage from the previous day showed the man entering the building during the late afternoon, right when most of the employees had left. He wasn't seen immediately, though. He was smart. He'd waited until everyone was gone. The cameras caught him slipping into an unused storage room on the third floor, carrying nothing but a duffel bag. I didn't see him leave again until later that night. The worst part? He knew the building's schedule. He knew the exact times I would be cleaning. He knew the weak spots, the places where the cameras didn't cover. They searched the building top to bottom, checking every door, every window, but the man had vanished into the night. Just like that. There were no signs of him anywhere. But that wasn't the end. A few days later, I received a call from the police. They had caught him. And to my absolute horror, they discovered that the security guard who was supposed to be watching the building that night was in on it with him. They had been planning something bigger, something more sinister. The guard, who I had trusted to keep an eye on the place, had been part of the plan the whole time. They had been working together to rob the building, and I was nothing more than a pawn in their twisted game. The police didn't go into too much detail, but they told me the guard had been feeding information to the man, tipping him off about my cleaning schedule and the times when the building would be empty. They had been planning to ambush me, to overpower me, and I still shudder to think what might have happened if I had stayed just a few minutes longer. What if I hadn't run? What if I hadn't noticed him before it was too late? I can't help but think about that night, about the decisions I made in the heat of the moment. It's hard to shake the feeling that I was just inches away from something far worse. Maybe if I had stayed, I wouldn't be here, telling you this story at all. But that's the thing about fear, isn't it? It's not about the things you can see, it's about the things you can't. The things you know are out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting, and sometimes they're closer than you think, closer than you could ever imagine. The evening had already settled into a damp, chilly haze when I found myself standing in the garage, trying to fix an old tool I hadn't used in years. The flickering light above me was the only thing breaking the darkness of the room. I had the garage door open because despite the storm, it still felt stuffy inside. The air outside was thick with humidity, and even though the weather wasn't normally this intense in California, I had grown used to it. Or at least, I thought I had. It had been hours since the storm really kicked in, the winds picking up speed, howling through the trees. The thunder rattled the windows, almost like the house was shuddering with every crack of lightning. My hands were coated in grease from the tool I was fiddling with. It didn't help that I was already tired, but I wanted to finish this project before I turned in for the night. As I stood there, I had the distinct feeling that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't a specific sound or movement. It was just a sense, like something was lingering in the air. The sort of thing you get when your brain is on edge, but you can't quite put your finger on it. I paused, staring at the half-repaired tool in my hands. The only sound was the wind outside, and then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible thud. I snapped my head toward the sound, my heart skipping a beat. It wasn't the wind, it sounded like something or someone had bumped into something outside. I hesitated, my mind racing. Could it be a branch falling, or maybe a trash can getting knocked over by the wind? I told myself it was nothing, but then it happened again. A little louder this time. It was coming from the direction of the garage door. I wasn't one to be paranoid, but the sound felt deliberate. I got up from where I was sitting, wiped my greasy hands on my jeans, and grabbed the flashlight sitting on the workbench. The rain was coming down in sheets now, battering the garage's metal roof with a rhythmic pounding. I stood at the entrance for a moment, listening. The wind outside was making it difficult to hear anything clearly, but I swear I heard something rustling just beyond the door. The garage door was stuck, I realized, when I turned my attention to it. It was half open, about 6 inches from the ground, just wide enough for the wind to push against it and let the rain seep through the crack. I could already see puddles forming along the base of the concrete floor. That was the last thing I needed, water seeping into the garage. Without thinking too much about it, I decided I had to go outside and manually close it. The storm was getting worse, and the idea of leaving it half open felt uncomfortable. I put my jacket on, grabbed my flashlight, and headed out through the door, stepping into the storm. The wind immediately hit me with full force, pushing my jacket back as if trying to rip it off my body. The rain pelted against my face like tiny needles. I was barely able to make out the outline of the garage door in front of me. I took a few cautious steps forward, wiping rain from my eyes, and shivered as the cold soaked through my clothes. As I stood there trying to figure out how to close the door manually, I felt the unmistakable weight of dread pressing down on me. It was as though the world had gone completely silent, except for the howling wind. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My hands were shaking as I grabbed hold of the garage door handle, trying to push it down with all my strength. The wind was relentless, and for a second I thought it might rip the door out of my hands. Finally, with a loud groan, the door shifted downward, and I managed to lock it into place. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, looking around the dimly lit driveway. The night felt suffocating, like I was trapped in some twisted version of reality where everything was just too quiet. The rain was falling harder now, the ground turning into a mushy mess of wet leaves and puddles. The neighbor's house across the street seemed eerily still, dark windows staring back at me. I didn't like the feeling that gripped me, but I told myself it was just the storm, just my nerves playing tricks. I shook off the sensation and turned back toward the house. I stepped back inside the garage, closed the door behind me, and locked it. As I reached for the doorknob to go back into the house, I felt a sudden chill in the air, like someone was standing just behind me, watching me. But I was alone, or so I thought. I walked back through the door and into the house, and the warmth inside a welcome relief from the cold rain. I felt the dampness in my shoes, the coolness of the wet clothes clinging to my skin. The house creaked from the storm's weight. I stepped into the kitchen, grabbing a glass of water to try and calm my nerves. The taste of cold water was a brief distraction, but as I stood there drinking, the nagging sensation wouldn't leave. It was like something had shifted. I took a deep breath and turned back to head into the living room, but then I saw it. Wet footprints. Not the kind of wetness from me either. No. These were fresh. The wet footprints were scattered across the kitchen floor and led into the hallway, toward the living room and beyond, toward the laundry room. My breath caught in my throat. There was no way. I'd been outside. There was no one in the house when I stepped back inside. I had checked. I had locked the door. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The footprints weren't small either. They were large, wide, and unmistakably human. And they were leading somewhere, not just a random puddle. It was as if someone had walked into the house, wet from the rain, and left this trail behind them. I stood in the doorway of the kitchen, staring at the trail. A sickening thought came to me. I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone anymore. I took a step forward, trying to shake off the panic creeping up my spine. I needed to think. Maybe I had missed something when I came inside. Maybe I hadn't closed the door properly and someone had slipped in without me noticing. But even as I tried to reason with myself, I knew deep down that wasn't the case. I carefully followed the footprints down the hallway, my breath shallow. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating. The storm outside raged louder as I moved forward, but it only added to the eerie silence that enveloped the house. Every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet seemed unnaturally loud. The prints led me right toward the hallway, where the laundry room door stood slightly ajar. I couldn't stop myself. The door creaked as I slowly pushed it open. a low, dull sound that echoed in the silent house. I stood in the doorway for a moment, looking inside. It was dark, save for the dim light from the hallway spilling through. There was nothing, just the usual dirty laundry, a dryer humming quietly. But then I saw it, a shadow. No, it wasn't just a shadow. It was a person, crouched low, trying to blend into the shadows behind a pile of clothes. My heart skipped a beat and I froze in place. For a moment, everything stopped. I couldn't think. My mind went blank. It was as if my body had disconnected from reality. The man didn't move at first. He just stared at me, his eyes wide, unblinking, as if daring me to make the first move. The air in the room felt thick, like it was pressing down on me, making it harder to breathe. I couldn't speak. My throat was dry, and my heart was thudding in my chest. I could hear nothing except the pounding of my pulse in my ears. The man shifted slightly, and I snapped out of my trance, running back down the hallway. My mind was screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" I slammed the laundry room door shut behind me and ran into my bedroom. My legs felt like jelly. I locked the door behind me and fumbled for my phone. 911. I dialed quickly, my fingers trembling as I held the phone to my ear. It rang twice before a dispatcher picked up, and I rushed to explain everything. My fear, the footprints, the man hiding in my laundry room. "Stay calm, sir," the dispatcher said, their voice steady. "Help is on the way. Just stay where you are and don't make any noise." I could barely keep my voice steady. My breathing was shallow, uneven. Every small sound made my pulse spike. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath. I wasn't sure if it was the storm outside or my own racing heart that made everything sound like it was vibrating. And then, the silence. I waited. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there praying the man wouldn't find me. I could hear nothing. Not the storm, not the man, just the terrible silence. Finally, I heard sirens. My heart jumped. Relief flooded me, and for the first time I allowed myself to breathe. The police arrived within minutes. I let them in, barely able to speak through the terror in my voice. They immediately went to check the house, starting with the laundry room. I was left in the living room, shaking as the officers did their work. When they returned, one of them looked at me with a grim expression. "We found him," the officer said. "He was hiding in the laundry room, just like you said." They dragged the man out, cuffed him, and pushed him outside. He was mumbling something under his breath, but it was hard to make out. The police explained to me later that he had been hiding in my laundry room, waiting for the right moment to make his move. If I hadn't locked myself in the room and called for help, I might have walked right past him. I shuddered at the thought. The storm outside continued to rage, but all I could think about was how close I had come not making it out of that night. I wasn't alone. Someone had been in my house, watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. It was supposed to be a quiet, peaceful hike. That was the whole reason I went out there in the first place, just to clear my head. Life had been a whirlwind recently. Work, family issues, and the constant hum of city life that never seemed to stop. I needed to get away, to lose myself in nature for a while. The Sierra foothills were the perfect place for that. A beautiful stretch of wilderness that had become like a second home to me over the years. I'd been hiking solo for years. It was my thing. There was something about the solitude that felt freeing. Out there, you're completely on your own, and everything around you, every rustling leaf, every gust of wind, felt like it was just for you. It was one of the few places where I could feel truly at peace. I knew the terrain like the back of my hand, and this particular trail was one I'd walked dozens of times. The trail I chose was a bit of a challenge, but nothing I couldn't handle. It weaved through tall pines, over rocky paths, and ascended gradually as it curved around the hills. The sun had started to dip lower in the sky, casting everything in a warm, golden glow. the kind of light that made the world feel softer, almost magical in a way. There was a crispness in the air, just enough of a chill to make the trees shiver. I wrapped my jacket a little tighter around myself as I set off. The trail was quiet, the kind of silence you only find in deep woods, and the only sounds were the soft crunch of my boots against the dirt and the occasional bird call. I relished it. It felt like a refuge from the chaos that I left behind at home. The first mile or so went by quickly. I was used to the climb, and the scenery was familiar but still beautiful. The trail was mostly shaded by thick pines, their branches creating a canopy above me. The ground was soft underfoot, the dirt giving way to the occasional rock that jutted out from the path. The sun filtered through the branches in patches, and it cast long, uneven shadows that seemed to shift and sway as I walked. I didn't see anyone at first, but that was to be expected. This trail wasn't exactly a tourist hotspot. People who hiked here were usually serious about it. A few people would pass by occasionally, but not often. It was peaceful, just like I had hoped. That was until I noticed him. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of it. There was a figure up ahead, barely visible through the thinning trees. From the distance, he seemed like just another hiker, someone else who had come to enjoy the trail. I couldn't tell much about him except that he was walking slowly, methodically. At first, it didn't seem strange. People hike at different paces. Some move fast, others take their time. I slowed my pace to match his, wanting to avoid getting too close. But after a few minutes, I started to realize that something about his movements felt off. It wasn't just that he was moving slowly. It was the way he kept glancing back at me. At first, I thought it was nothing, that maybe he was just looking at the view or trying to make sure he wasn't about to bump into me, but then it happened again and again. Every time I took a few steps forward, he would look back at me, like he was tracking my movements. It wasn't casual. It wasn't just a glance to check if someone was nearby. It felt deliberate. I couldn't help but feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was something about his gaze, something about the way he kept checking to see how close I was. It wasn't normal, at least not in my experience. I figured he might have been some kind of newbie, unsure of the trail, maybe even a little nervous. But why would someone keep looking back at someone who was obviously just minding their own business? I tried not to make too much of it, tried to convince myself that it was all in my head. Maybe he was just as cautious as I was about being out in the wilderness alone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. As I walked, I began to pay more attention to him. He wasn't wearing anything unusual, just a dark jacket, hiking boots, and a worn cap that shaded his face. His gait was strange, though. It was like he was moving in fits and starts. Sometimes he would walk fast for a few steps, then slow down, almost as though he was hesitant, almost like he was waiting for something or someone. I pushed the thought away and focused on the trail ahead of me. My boots were still crunching against the soft dirt, the sound of my steps filling the space between us. As I moved, I could hear the leaves rustling in the breeze above, the occasional bird flitting between the trees. Everything was normal, but somehow my mind wouldn't let go of that unsettling feeling. It was odd. In all my years of hiking, I had never seen anyone act like this. Most people were either heading straight for their destination or stopping for a rest. They didn't meander off the path like that, looking around, checking the trees. And when I moved again, his eyes met mine for just a second. That same unsettling gaze. For a moment, I felt something cold settle in my stomach. I tried to ignore it. I really did. But something told me I wasn't just dealing with an innocent hiker. There was something more to it. He wasn't acting like someone who was just passing through. It wasn't just that he kept looking at me. It was the way he moved, the way he seemed to drift. Maybe I was overthinking things. Maybe he was just another person trying to enjoy a solitary hike, just like me. But as I passed him, I could feel him shift, like a predator, silently positioning itself. Then, out of nowhere, he lunged. Everything happened so fast, I barely had time to react. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing my wrist with an iron grip that nearly made me stumble. It wasn't the kind of grip you expect from a casual hiker. It was desperate, almost frantic, like he had been waiting for the perfect moment. His fingers were cold, almost unnaturally so, and they dug into my skin, sending a shock of panic coursing through me. I I froze for a split second, my mind trying to process what was happening. His other hand came up, and but before I could do anything, I felt something sharp press against my ribs. It was a knife. I didn't even have time to scream. The words wouldn't come. My body was flooded with a sense of pure terror, and everything around me seemed to blur as my heart hammered in my chest. I could hear my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps, but everything else, the sounds of the forest, the wind through the trees, seemed distant, muffled, like I was trapped underwater. He was so close now. I could feel his breath on my cheek, a mix of stale tobacco and something else, something sour and metallic. He hissed into my ear, his voice low and jagged. "Don't scream." His words cut through the fog of fear in my mind, but they didn't calm me down. If anything, they made my heart race even faster. There was something about the way he said it, so matter-of-fact, like he knew exactly how this was going to go. I wanted to fight. I had to fight. But fear had locked up my body, made my limbs feel heavy and stiff, like I was sinking into the earth. But then something in me snapped. It was like a switch flipped in my brain. I couldn't just stand there. I couldn't just let him do whatever it was he was planning. Without thinking, I shifted my weight, using every ounce of strength I had. I kicked backward hard, aiming for his shin. My boot connected with something solid, and I heard him grunt in pain. That moment of contact, that jolt of pain for him, was all I needed. The adrenaline surged through me like an electric shock, and I shoved my body sideways, twisting and jerking free from his grip. I didn't waste a second. I sprinted forward, my legs pumping hard against the dirt as I pushed myself to go faster than I'd ever run in my life. The trail was no longer a comforting path. Now it felt like a prison. The trees on either side closing in, the shadows stretching and shifting like they were reaching for me. The world around me seemed to narrow as I focused on one goal: get away. Get away before he caught me. I dared to glance over my shoulder, just for a second. His face was twisted in rage, his eyes wide and unblinking, locked onto me as I ran. He wasn't yelling, wasn't calling out. He didn't need to. His eyes were cold and calculating, like a hunter tracking its prey. And worse, he was moving after me, not rushing, but steadily, relentlessly. I wasn't sure how far I had to go, but I knew I couldn't keep running forever. My lungs burned with every breath, my legs were starting to feel like lead, and I could already feel the cold sweat on my skin. Panic was starting to make it harder to focus. Every noise around me sounded like him, like his footsteps getting closer. Then I remembered something that made my heart skip a beat. The ranger station. It wasn't far, maybe a mile or so up the trail. I'd passed it before on other hikes. I could make it. If I could just reach the ranger station, I'd be safe. I had to get there. I forced myself to push harder, even as the pain in my legs and chest intensified. The trees began to thin out, the path opening up slightly, and I could see the silhouette of the cabin in the distance. It was small, made of wood, tucked away in a clearing. It looked like an oasis, a beacon of hope in the midst of the suffocating wilderness. But I wasn't there yet. My eyes stayed locked on the cabin, and I didn't dare look behind me again. My mind was a blur of desperation. Get to the cabin, get to the door, get inside, and hope that someone was there. I had to make it. I could see the ranger station ahead, the small wooden cabin standing alone in the clearing. It looked like the light at the end of a tunnel, and I pushed myself harder, my legs screaming in protest. But I couldn't slow down now. My breath came in ragged bursts, and my heart was slamming against my chest like it was trying to break free. I could hear the leaves rustling behind me again, the sound of footsteps. He was still there. He was still coming. The cabin was so close now, but it felt like an eternity before I finally reached the door. Without thinking, I slammed my palm against the rough wooden surface, pounding on it with everything I had left. "Please, open the door. Please," I screamed, my voice desperate, hoarse from the panic that was clawing at my throat. For a moment, there was nothing, just the heavy sound of my own breathing and the deafening silence of the woods. I threw myself against the door again, harder this time, slamming my shoulder into it as I pounded with my fists. I could feel my knees buckling, like I was about to collapse, but I didn't care. I didn't stop. Then, finally, the door creaked open. I stumbled inside without waiting for the person to even speak, my feet dragging me across the threshold in a blind rush. I barely registered the park ranger standing there, his face filled with confusion, then immediate concern as he took in my wild, panicked state. "What's going on? Are you okay?" he asked, his voice calm but sharp with authority. But it didn't matter. I could barely hear him over the roar of blood in my ears. I managed to choke out the words, "There's someone. Someone's following me. He tried to. He had a knife." The ranger's expression shifted instantly, his hand moving instinctively to his sidearm. He stepped outside, scanning the area with sharp eyes, his voice low as he spoke into his radio. "Stay here," he said, his tone a little softer now. "I'm going to check things out. You're safe now, okay?" Minutes dragged on, each second a quiet eternity. Then the ranger's voice broke through the tension. "We're calling for backup," he said, sounding more composed now. "I'm going to have officers come and sweep the area. Just stay here." I didn't protest. I couldn't have gone out there, even if I wanted to. My legs felt like jelly, my body still shaking uncontrollably. The idea of stepping outside again, back into that dark, unknown wilderness with that man lurking around, was too much to bear. The ranger stayed outside for a while, his flashlight sweeping across the trees. The sound of his voice crackling through the radio was all that filled the air, a thin thread of safety in the otherwise oppressive silence. Eventually, other voices joined in, other officers arriving to help. They combed through the surrounding woods with flashlights, calling out to each other, the sound of their footsteps crunching against the underbrush, mixing with the rising wind. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly as I waited inside, my thoughts racing. I wanted to know what had happened to him. An hour passed, 2 hours, and then, finally, the ranger returned. He stepped through the door and gave me a quick look, one that said everything without needing to be spoken. He seemed tired, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the room for signs of anything else. "They found some traces," he said, his voice low. "Footprints, some broken branches, but no sign of him. Nothing concrete." I felt a cold knot settle in my stomach. I had been hoping they'd found him, but they hadn't. There were no guarantees. The man was still out there somewhere in the vast wilderness. And though they had found signs of someone passing through, there was no trace of him beyond that. He had vanished. I didn't know what was worse, the thought that he was still somewhere in those woods, or the fact that I might never know why he had done what he did. What was his purpose? Was I just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or had he been targeting me all along? The ranger gave me a sympathetic look, but there was nothing he could say. "We'll keep patrolling the area," he assured me. "But right now, he's not here. You're safe." Safe? It didn't feel like it. I nodded anyway, too shaken to speak. The rest of the night passed in a blur. The officers searched until dawn, but they never found the man. They found traces of him, a discarded knife, footprints leading off into the woods, but they never caught him. Never saw him again. I never hiked alone after that. In fact, I don't think I'll ever hike alone again, not in those woods. I can't shake the feeling that the man is still out there, that he's waiting, watching, just beyond the trees, and I'll never really be safe. It was supposed to be a peaceful hike, a break from everything. I thought I knew those woods like the back of my hand, but now I'll never look at them the same way again. I've never been one to sleep soundly, not even in the most peaceful moments. Every creak in the house, every rustle of the wind outside, even the distant hum of traffic, anything could wake me up, especially in the dead of night. It's something I'd gotten used to living alone in a cheap house in a quieter part of California. There's a certain stillness to these small aging complexes, almost too quiet for comfort. You can hear the echo of your own thoughts, the silence pressing in from every corner. That night, though, something felt off. It was just past 2 a.m. when I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. My eyes fluttered open slowly, my head thick with the remnants of a restless sleep. For a few moments, I lay still in the darkness, trying to get my bearings, letting the fog of sleep lift. But the feeling hit me then. A strange discomfort creeping up my spine, making my heart beat just a little faster than usual. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was nothing. The house was always quiet, too quiet. I've lived here for over a year, and despite the slightly sketchy neighborhood, I'd never had any real trouble. No one had ever tried to break in, and honestly, I never had any reason to believe anyone would. Still, the unease lingered. That odd feeling of being watched, like someone was there, just outside the edge of my awareness, sitting still, waiting for something. I shifted in bed, turning over to face the window. The faint glow of the streetlights outside filtered through the curtains, casting soft shadows across the room. The window was always locked at night, a routine I never broke. I did it automatically, as instinctual as brushing my teeth before bed. The thought of leaving it even slightly ajar felt wrong to me, but now I could feel the cool air, a breeze against my face. I blinked, confused, still half-dazed from sleep. The window? I squinted into the dim light, trying to make sense of it. Sure enough, the window was open. Just an inch or so, but enough to let that chill in. My heart skipped a beat, the blood rushing to my ears. I wasn't imagining it. The window was open. I sat up slowly, trying to calm myself. Maybe I hadn't locked it properly, I thought, trying to rationalize. After all, I'd been tired when I closed it earlier. Maybe I didn't push it all the way into the lock, or maybe, just maybe, I was overthinking it. But the air was cold now, seeping into the room, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I always checked the windows. I always made sure everything was secure before I went to bed. This didn't feel like one of those occasional slip-ups, the kind you make when you're half asleep. I swung my legs off the bed, my feet meeting the cold hardwood floor with a soft thud. The house was deathly quiet, the kind of silence that only comes in the dead of night. There were no sounds of traffic, no chatter from neighbors, nothing but the dull hum of electricity and the occasional rustle of wind outside. I had to check. I had to know. I stood in the darkness for a moment, my gaze still locked on the window. The curtains swayed slightly, the faintest movement stirring the stillness. The streetlights outside created faint patterns on the wall, casting long shadows that stretched across the room. I felt like the shadows were somehow watching me, like they were waiting for me to make a move. But I forced myself to take a step forward. My heart raced as I walked toward the window. Every step felt deliberate, measured. My skin tingled with a mixture of fear and curiosity, my mind replaying every horror story I'd heard about break-ins, intruders. I tried to shake off the thought, but it stuck to me like a thick fog. I reached for the window. The air coming through the gap was icy cold, more than it should have been for a spring night in California. I placed my hand on the frame, and it felt like the metal had been exposed to the night air for hours, chilled and unwelcoming. I closed my eyes for a second, bracing myself for whatever I was about to discover. I was hoping, desperately hoping, that I had simply forgotten to latch it properly, that there was some logical explanation. But when I pushed the window open just a little bit more, my pulse quickened. It didn't seem like something I had done. I could feel it now, the unmistakable sense that someone had been here, or worse, was still here. My breath caught in my throat as I leaned closer, squinting into the darkness outside. Everything looked normal. The narrow alley beneath my window was empty, the dim lights of the street casting long shadows across the pavement. The quiet hum of the city was barely audible from here, the kind of stillness that only came in the dead of night. Nothing moved. There were no sounds. But the feeling of someone's eyes on me, hadn't gone away. It only grew stronger. It wasn't just the window. It was something deeper, something primal. Before I could pull away, something made my heart freeze in place. There was a sudden shift in the air, a subtle shift, but it was enough. My instincts screamed at me, my body going rigid, and then it happened. A hand shot out of the darkness outside. A long, pale hand with fingers so long and thin they looked almost unnatural. It gripped my wrist like a vice, its coldness sending a jolt of panic through me. I gasped, my heart skipping in my chest, the world tilting on its axis for a split second. It was so fast, the kind of speed that made everything feel unreal, like I was caught in some nightmare, unable to wake up. I didn't have time to think. I didn't even have time to react. The hand tightened, fingers digging into my skin with bone-crushing force. The coldness seeped through my sleeve, making my skin crawl. The grip was so tight, so inhumanly strong, that I felt like I was being pulled toward the window, as if someone was trying to drag me out of my house. My breath caught in my throat, and all I could think about was how much I wanted to get away from that hand. I twisted my wrist, fighting to free myself, but it didn't budge. The panic surged within me, each second feeling like a lifetime. My vision blurred, my mind screaming for me to do something, anything, to escape. But all I could hear was my own frantic breathing and the low, guttural rasp of something or someone on the other side of the window. And then, through the glass, I heard it. A whisper. It wasn't clear at first, just a soft sound that seemed to echo from the shadows, but it was there. A low, hoarse whisper, barely audible but unmistakable. The words were muffled, and I couldn't make them out, but there was something about the voice that made my skin crawl. It was like a command, like the voice of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I was no longer thinking. My body acted on pure instinct. I pulled with every ounce of strength I had, desperate to free myself from the unrelenting grip. I twisted and jerked, throwing all my weight into the motion, until, finally, the hand loosened. I wasn't about to wait to see if it would come back. Without thinking, I slammed the window shut as hard as I could. The sound of glass meeting metal was deafening, and for a brief second, I thought I might have crushed something on the other side. Maybe the fingers. I didn't care. I locked the window immediately, hands shaking uncontrollably as I fumbled with the latch. My mind raced, the fear still gripping my chest. My wrist burned from where the hand had held me, and I could feel the faint bruises already beginning to form beneath my skin. I stumbled backward, my breath shallow and ragged. My entire body was shaking now, my legs weak as I backed away from the window, never once taking my eyes off of it. It felt as though something or someone was still there, waiting. I didn't know what to do next. My head was spinning, the room closing in on me. I couldn't stop looking at the window. Like if I did, I'd somehow miss something. But I couldn't stay in that room. Not anymore. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the cold air still seeping through the crack in the window, even though it was shut tight now. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat reverberating in my ears, making everything feel too loud, too intense. The fear was so thick, it almost felt tangible, like I could reach out and touch it. My body was rigid, my mind racing in 100 different directions. What just happened? Was it real? I couldn't stop thinking about the hand, the way it had grabbed me, the coldness of it, how fast it had happened. It didn't feel like a person from the street trying to break in. It felt wrong. It was like something else entirely, something that didn't belong here. My wrist still throbbed where the hand had held me, the skin tender and swollen. I flexed my fingers, trying to shake the sensation, but it was still there, the eerie feeling of that grip. It felt like the hand had left a part of itself on me, a mark I couldn't escape. I forced myself to move, to think, to act. My phone. I needed to call someone. 911. I couldn't believe I hadn't done it yet. I had been too frozen, too paralyzed by the shock of it all. I needed to get help. I needed someone to tell me that everything was going to be okay, that this was just some strange accident, a mistake. I walked shakily to the nightstand, my feet dragging across the floor, barely aware of my movements. My fingers were trembling so badly that it took several tries to unlock my phone. I didn't care about the stupid lock screen. My thumb swiped wildly across the screen as I frantically searched for the emergency number. 911. Dial! Dial! Damn it! The phone rang in my ear, the sound echoing through the silent room, too loud for how quiet everything else felt. My throat was dry, tight with fear, and I could barely make myself speak. I pressed the phone to my ear, clutching it like a lifeline, but when the dispatcher answered, my voice came out a strangled whisper. "There's someone outside my window," I managed to gasp. I don't know who, but they tried to grab me. Please send someone now." My words tumbled out in a panicked rush. It felt like I couldn't breathe, like the room was closing in on me, squeezing out all the air. The fear was overwhelming, suffocating, and I needed to be out of that house. I needed to be anywhere but here. The dispatcher's voice was calm, almost too calm for my liking. It was like they were trying to keep me grounded, trying to steady my shaking hands with their steady words. "Stay inside. Do not approach the window. Officers are on their way. Keep your doors locked and make sure you're in a safe place." Safe place? How could I feel safe now? The thought of staying in that house, knowing that someone had been outside, waiting, was enough to send my blood into a cold rush. I barely nodded, though I knew the dispatcher couldn't see me. I backed away from the window, my eyes still glued to it. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever had been out there was still lurking just beyond the glass, waiting for me to make another mistake, waiting for me to slip up again. I pressed my back against the farthest wall of my bedroom, my hands shaking as I held the phone in front of me like a shield. The dispatcher kept talking, trying to calm me down, but I couldn't focus on their words. My mind kept drifting back to the image of that hand reaching through the window, the cold fingers wrapping around my wrist, the low guttural whisper that sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at the window again, terrified that the fingers would appear again, pressing against the glass. The silence was unbearable now. Every tiny sound in the room felt magnified. The creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, the soft hum of the fridge in the next room, the rustling of the wind outside, carrying with it the occasional leaf scraping across the sidewalk. I could hear it all. It was as if my senses were heightened, and yet all I wanted was for everything to be quiet, for everything to stop moving. But the silence persisted, and it gnawed at me. Something was coming. I didn't know what, but I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. Something was still out there. And then, just when I thought I might crack, I heard the faintest sound. It wasn't loud, barely audible, but it was enough to make my pulse spike again. Thump! It was barely a sound, almost imperceptible. It came from the alley beneath my window. I stiffened, listening harder, straining my ears to make sense of it. Was it just the wind? A stray animal? My breath caught in my throat as I realized that the thump had been too deliberate to be an accident. It sounded like footsteps, like someone was pacing. Slowly, methodically, I was frozen in place, my body unable to move, paralyzed by fear. The seconds dragged by like hours, the sound of the footsteps growing louder, closer, until I could almost feel them in my bones. They stopped just beneath my window. I wasn't sure if I was breathing at all anymore. My heart was hammering so loudly in my ears that I couldn't hear anything else. Then came the voice. It was low, raspy, too quiet for me to make out at first, but it was unmistakably there. The whispering again. This time it sounded closer, too close. Like someone was just outside the glass, their lips brushing against the window. I nearly dropped the phone. My eyes snapped to the window, and I could see nothing. Just the shadows of the alley cast by the weak light of the street lamp. The whispers continued, but this time they were so muffled that they sounded more like a growl than words. A voice that didn't belong. It felt wrong. Something was out there. Something that wasn't supposed to be. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare make a sound. And yet it didn't stop. The whispers, the pacing, the sounds of someone lingering just outside my window. It felt like hours passed. Maybe it was only minutes, but the world seemed to slow down, each second stretching out, each breath a battle against the suffocating fear that threatened to swallow me whole. Finally, the sirens broke the tension. The distant wail of the police cars echoed in the silence, growing louder as they approached. I held my breath, praying that help was finally here. The dispatcher's voice came through the phone again, but it was muffled. The officers are on their way. Stay inside. Don't... The line went dead. My fingers were numb. The phone slipped from my grasp and fell to the floor with a soft thud. I barely noticed it. I was too focused on the sounds coming from outside. The footsteps stopped. The whispers stopped. Everything was still. The stillness that followed was unbearable. I was too terrified to move. My back pressed against the wall, my knees shaky and weak beneath me, but I couldn't make myself step away from the corner of the room. My breath came in shallow, jagged gasps, each inhale feeling like it might be my last. The fear was overwhelming, suffocating me. I wanted to run, to escape, but the thought of stepping out into the hallway past the front door was even worse. I didn't know if I'd be able to make it to safety. The police were coming. I had to hold on. They were almost here. I repeated it over and over in my head, trying to hold on to that thread of hope, but the longer I waited, the more my mind drifted into darker thoughts. What if they were already too late? What if whatever was out there had already gone, leaving me behind, too terrified to move? What if I was just imagining everything? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The streetlights outside blinked on and off in a dull, almost mocking rhythm, their faint glow slipping through the blinds and casting long shadows on the walls. I could hear the faint hum of electricity in the building, the occasional clink of a car passing down the street, but still, the silence in my house seemed all-encompassing. Then came the knock. Knock. The sound was sudden, jarring. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It came from the door, quick and sharp, followed by a muffled voice. Police. Are you inside? Open the door. I stood there, frozen, for several long seconds. I didn't know what to do. Should I open the door? Was it really the police, or was it just another trick? My mind raced. I had heard so many stories of people pretending to be someone they weren't, gaining access to homes just by making a sound or asking for help. But then I heard the sound of the sirens getting closer, the rush of several police cars now idling on the street outside. Police. I didn't have time to think it over any longer. I scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady as I rushed to the door. I fumbled with the lock for a few moments before finally yanking it open. A pair of officers stood there, one of them tall with a stern face, the other shorter, eyes darting around the hallway with visible concern. Are you all right? The taller officer asked, his voice low but authoritative. I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came out. I felt numb. My head spun, and I could hardly focus on what they were saying. My mind kept drifting back to the window. "Ma'am?" the officer asked again, snapping me back to reality. I nodded, but it felt like the world around me was slipping. I couldn't make sense of anything anymore. I wanted to tell them everything, but the words stuck in my throat, tangled in my panic. The officers exchanged a glance, and the shorter one stepped forward, his eyes scanning the house, clearly uneasy. "Can you tell us what happened?" the tall officer asked again, more gently this time. I nodded and shakily began recounting everything that had happened, the feeling of someone watching me, the hand reaching in through the window, the cold fingers that gripped my wrist, the whispers in the dark. I wasn't sure if I was making sense. It all sounded insane, even to my own ears. How could someone, anyone, believe me? How could I even believe it? When I finished, the officers were quiet for a moment, as if processing everything I had said. The taller officer motioned toward the shorter one, and they both moved toward the window. I stood there in the hallway, watching them, my body still trembling, still feeling the phantom grip of that hand around my wrist. The officer closest to the window knelt down, scanning the ground outside for anything unusual. His face remained impassive, but I saw his eyes narrow as he studied the ground. "Footprints," he muttered. The other officer crouched down next to him, his flashlight sweeping over the dirt beneath the window. There were faint marks in the soil, small indentations where someone had clearly been standing. As I stared at them, a chill ran down my spine. I hadn't imagined it. Someone had been there. The officer stood up, his face grim. "There's something else," he said softly. "Cigarette butts, a couple of them. It's clear someone was waiting out here for a while." But they didn't find anyone. No one was standing there now. No one lurking in the shadows, watching. There was no sign of any person. No evidence that anyone had been near the window, except for those footprints and the discarded cigarettes. For a moment, I wondered if I had somehow imagined it all. But then I remembered the feel of that cold hand wrapping around my wrist, the way it felt like something was waiting for me. The whispers, the presence that had filled the room, suffocating me. The officers took my statement, asking if I had any enemies, anyone who might want to harm me. I shook my head, my mind still foggy from the terror of it all. I lived alone. I kept to myself. I had no reason to believe anyone would target me, at least not in this way. "We'll file a report," the officer said, his voice calm but with an edge of concern. "We'll increase patrols in this area. Keep an eye out. You might want to get some security cameras installed, just to be safe." I nodded numbly, barely able to process his words. The officers left a few moments later, promising to keep an eye on things. They reminded me again to keep the windows locked, to stay alert, and to call 911 if I saw anything unusual. As I watched them drive away, the flashing red and blue lights fading into the distance, I felt a strange emptiness settle over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. I didn't know if I would ever feel safe again. Not in this house. Not with what I had felt and seen. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. And for days after, I kept the curtains closed. I locked the windows, triple-checked the doors. I didn't care if it was bright daylight outside. I still felt the weight of those unseen eyes on me. It wasn't the kind of fear you could simply talk away. It lingered, creeping into every quiet moment. I had always known this neighborhood wasn't the safest. But what I hadn't known was how much darkness could live just outside the thin walls of a quiet house. What I hadn't known was how terrifying it was to feel like you're never truly alone. Someone had been out there. Someone had been waiting. And if I hadn't woken up that night, I don't think I'd ever want to find out what would have happened next. It was one of those miserable nights where everything seemed to go wrong. The kind of evening where you realize that it's not just the weather, but everything around you seems to be in a state of discomfort. I had been at my friend Jake's house for most of the night, trying to catch up on some homework and winding down after a long week of college classes. Jake lived a few streets away from mine in a small, sleepy neighborhood just outside of the main part of town. We weren't in a big city, not by any stretch, but sometimes living out in the suburbs made you feel like you were a little more isolated from everything. When I finally checked the time, I couldn't believe how late it had gotten. It was already close to midnight. I quickly gathered my things and started heading home, feeling that sudden sense of dread that comes with knowing you've lost track of time. The rain had started earlier, but it wasn't anything to worry about at first, just the usual Texas summer storm, the kind that comes on fast and leaves just as quickly. The only difference that night was the storm's intensity. It was like the heavens had just opened up and unleashed everything they had, and the temperature had dropped drastically in a matter of minutes. What was supposed to be a light drizzle quickly turned into sheets of water pouring down from the sky. As soon as I stepped outside, the cold hit me hard, making my skin crawl with that familiar chill you get right before you realize it's not just wet weather, but a full-on downpour. I tried to adjust my jacket as best as I could, pulling the hood over my head, but it didn't help much. The rain was coming down sideways, and with the wind whipping through the streets, it felt like the storm had a mind of its own. Every flash of lightning illuminated the world in stark white, casting long shadows against the sidewalks, making the night seem so much darker and more sinister. The lightning seemed to pulse in the sky like an ominous heartbeat, reminding me that this wasn't just a regular storm, it was something bigger. I made my way down the street, trying to walk quickly but cautiously so I wouldn't slip on the wet pavement. But as I walked, something was bothering me. It wasn't just the storm, though that was enough to make you uneasy. There was a certain silence that filled the air. The rain was so heavy that it drowned out the usual night sounds. The hum of distant traffic, the occasional barking of a dog, the rustling of leaves in the trees. It was as if the whole world had been muffled. I found myself glancing around, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. For a moment, it was like I could feel the entire storm closing in on me, even though I was just walking through it. I reached the end of the street where the pavement met a small patch of woods. A shortcut I always used to get home. It was the kind of route I had taken dozens of times before without thinking twice about it. Most people in the neighborhood knew about the path, though I wouldn't have called it safe. The woods were thick with tall trees and tangled underbrush, and there wasn't much light from the street lamps once you passed the last house. But it was quicker than walking around the block, and I had always felt comfortable in those woods, like they were part of the town. The only thing that made the shortcut slightly unnerving were the noises you'd hear at night. Sometimes if you stood still long enough, you could hear the distant calls of coyotes, or maybe the rustling of small animals moving through the brush. But that night, the woods were silent. Eerily so. It was as though even the creatures had decided to hide out from the storm. I figured I'd make my way through quickly, hoping to get out of the rain as soon as possible. But something about the way the storm felt that night made me hesitate for just a moment. I knew it was probably nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me, imagining things because of the storm. I turned into the trail anyway, the familiar crunch of wet leaves beneath my boots, the only sound around me now. The trees overhead bent under the weight of the rain, their branches creaking and groaning in the wind. The moment I stepped off the pavement and onto the dirt path, I felt the atmosphere shift. It wasn't the woods themselves or the darkness that settled in between the trees, but the air around me. The temperature had dropped even further, and the wind howled through the branches like some sort of ancient creature calling out. The rain, though still heavy, was less of a downpour in here, but the air was thick with moisture, and the ground beneath me had turned into thick, slippery mud. I squinted against the rain, trying to see past the dim light from the street lamps that barely reached into the woods. The trail ahead seemed to fade into the blackness of the trees. I had walked this path so many times that I knew it by heart, the way it curved around a cluster of oak trees, the spot where the path dipped and narrowed just before you reached the other end where the neighborhood began again. But tonight, everything felt different. The storm, the dark trees, the endless flashes of lightning, everything felt more oppressive. That's when it started. It was that feeling, the one you get when you know you're not alone. I tried to brush it off at first. Maybe it was just my nerves from the storm, or maybe it was just my imagination running wild. I was almost halfway through the woods when I felt it. A strange pressure in the air, as if something unseen was watching me from between the trees. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing behind me but the rain and the darkness. Still, the feeling didn't go away. The deeper I walked into the trail, the more it intensified. It wasn't the usual feeling of being out in nature. It felt like I was being observed. And it wasn't just in my head. I could almost feel the trees closing in around me, their twisted branches casting long, gnarled shadows in the brief moments between lightning flashes. My heart began to race, and my breath came quicker. But I tried to stay calm, to ignore it. After all, I'd walked this path countless times. I knew the way. But something was off tonight. Something was wrong. I told myself it was just the storm, the wind making the trees creak and groan, the constant flashing of lightning messing with my mind, making me see things. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. In fact, it only got worse with each step. The air was heavy, the kind of oppressive silence that makes your skin crawl, the kind that makes you feel like there's something out there, just out of sight, waiting. I kept walking, faster now, hoping that the sooner I reached the other side of the woods, the sooner I could shake this awful feeling. But the harder I tried to ignore it, the stronger it grew. I wasn't alone anymore. I was sure of it. I could feel my pulse quickening with each step, like my body knew something was wrong, even though my mind kept trying to deny it. The path ahead seemed endless, the darkness stretching farther than I remembered, and the rain was now coming down harder, drenching me from all sides. My jacket, which had been somewhat protective at first, was now just a soggy piece of cloth clinging to my skin. Every few steps, I'd trip on an uneven patch of ground, my foot sliding in the slick mud, and I'd catch myself, forcing my legs to keep moving. But with each awkward step, the pressure of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was like something was there, moving with me, in sync with my every move. I tried not to look over my shoulder. I told myself it was just my imagination, a side effect of being stuck in the woods during a torrential storm. There was no one else out here. At least that's what I told myself. But it was getting harder and harder to ignore that nagging, gut-wrenching sensation that someone was following me. Then the first real crack of thunder struck. It wasn't the usual rumble of distant thunder. This was different. It was so loud, so deep, it felt like the earth itself shook beneath my feet. I stumbled, gripping onto a nearby tree for balance as the sound vibrated through my bones. I had never felt anything like it. The storm was starting to feel unnaturally intense. Something about the thunder felt personal, as if the storm wasn't just happening around me, but to me. And that's when I saw it again. A flash of lightning split the sky, and for the briefest moment, everything was illuminated in stark white light. In that fraction of a second, I saw him, a figure standing just off the trail between the trees. He wasn't close to me, not in a way that would have been immediately threatening, but he was there. tall, cloaked in darkness, just far enough off the path that I couldn't make out his face, but his presence was unmistakable. It was the way he stood, still unmoving, like he was waiting, watching. I froze. My heart skipped a beat and my mind racing, trying to process what I was seeing. I blinked hard, but in the next flash of lightning, the figure was gone. Just like that, poof, nothing. Like the rain had washed him away. I told myself it was just a trick of the storm, that the rain and the lightning, the way they played with shadows, had confused my eyes. There was no one else out here. I was alone, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I wasn't alone. I started walking faster now, my feet slipping even more in the thick mud, the cold wind biting into my skin as it whipped through the trees. But no matter how fast I moved, the nagging feeling followed. The woods felt darker somehow, even though the rain and the lightning lit everything up for brief moments. It was the kind of dark that felt suffocating, like something was closing in on me from every side. I pushed on, my boots squelching in the mud, every step feeling heavier, like my body was trying to run without letting me. The sound of my breathing seemed louder now, faster, as if my body was trying to catch up with my racing heart. I needed to get out of the woods. It was just a few more minutes, just a few more twists and turns, and I'd be out. I could already see the faint light of the street lamps up ahead through the trees. But as I moved closer to the end of the trail, something changed. The footsteps started. At first, I thought I might be imagining it. I had just assumed I was hearing my own footsteps, the echoes of the rain, or even the wind playing tricks. But then it happened again, a soft, unmistakable sound. Crunch, crunch. The unmistakable sound of boots pressing against the wet leaves coming from behind me. I froze again, my body tensing as the sound grew louder. I could feel the ground shifting beneath me, every step I took sending ripples of mud and water up my legs. But that sound, someone was walking behind me. I turned my head slowly, my eyes scanning the darkness, but I didn't see anything. No one. Nothing. Just the rain. Just the trees. Just the storm. But the footsteps didn't stop. I could hear them clearly now, matching my pace step for step, but somehow staying just out of sight. Every time I sped up, the steps behind me sped up too. Every time I slowed down, they slowed as well. It was as if whoever was back there was mimicking my movements, following me with calculated precision. It wasn't an accident. I tried to tell myself it was just some other walker, some other lost soul in the storm trying to get home, but deep down I knew this wasn't normal. The woods were too quiet, the storm was too loud. There was no one else out here but me, except for him. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Don't panic. Just keep moving. But it was hard. The footsteps were getting closer now, each crunch of the leaves echoing in my ears. My hands were trembling, my mouth dry as I fought the urge to break into a run. I didn't want to give in to panic. Not yet. I needed to stay calm. Another flash of lightning lit up the trail ahead, and in that instant, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. For a split second, I saw a dark shape just behind me, now a little closer. The lightning illuminated him for just a moment, his outline standing there, still, watching. And then, just as quickly, the light flickered out and the figure disappeared again, swallowed up by the shadows of the trees. But the footsteps were still there. They were no longer just following my pace, they were getting closer. I could hear them so clearly now, the crunch of leaves and twigs, the splashing of feet in the mud. Whoever was behind me was closing in, almost on top of me. I could feel their presence, like a weight pressing down on my chest, making it harder to breathe, harder to think. I quickened my pace, but so did the steps behind me. I could no longer deny it. Someone was chasing me. My heart was pounding in my chest now, faster and harder than I could ever remember. Every breath I took felt like it was too shallow, too quick, as if my body knew what was coming before my mind had a chance to catch up. I could still hear the footsteps behind me, getting closer with each step I took. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone was actively hunting me in these woods. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The words wouldn't come. I felt my legs burning, my muscles aching from the adrenaline pumping through me, and yet, somehow, I couldn't stop. I didn't dare turn around. If I did, I might freeze in terror, or worse, I might give the person behind me a chance to catch up. All I knew was I had to get out of here. I had to get to safety. The trail ahead was now getting narrower, the trees pressing in from both sides, and with each thunderclap, the world felt like it was closing in on me. I tried to move faster, slipping and sliding in the mud, but the footsteps didn't stop. Whoever it was, they were right behind me now. Every crack of a twig under their boots sounded like it was right next to me, just inches away. I wasn't alone anymore. They were so close I could almost feel them. Then a sudden flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the woods for what seemed like an eternity. In that blinding white light, I saw him. He was right behind me. A man, tall, wearing dark clothing, and his face was partially obscured by a hood. His features were hard to make out, but his posture, rigid, tense, like a predator in the hunt, was unmistakable. My blood ran cold. For a moment, the whole world seemed to slow down, the lightning hanging in the air like an omen. And in that split second, I realized this wasn't just some random person caught in the storm. This wasn't just some other lost soul trying to get home. This man was following me. The moment the light flickered and the world was dark again, I heard a loud snap, a branch. Before I could even react, a hand shot out from the darkness, grabbing me by the shoulder and yanking me off the trail. The force of it made my body slam into the muddy ground, my knees scraping hard against the dirt. A sharp pain shot up my leg, but before I could make sense of what happened, I felt the cold, clammy grip of a gloved hand cover my mouth. "Don't fight," a deep, gravelly voice growled, its tone cold and rough, like it had come from a place where humanity had long been lost. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Instinct kicked in, though. Every cell in my body screamed at me to survive, to fight. My hands shot up, clawing at the arm that had me pinned, but I could barely get a grip. I kicked out with my legs, trying to free myself, but the mud made it nearly impossible to get any leverage. My stomach twisted in terror as the man's weight pressed down on me, but I didn't give up. My elbows found their target, slamming into his ribs with all the force I could muster. He grunted in pain, loosening his grip just enough for me to break free. I didn't hesitate. I pushed myself up from the ground, my legs barely able to support my weight, and I ran. I didn't look back, not even once. The only thing in my head was the sound of my feet splashing through the rain-soaked earth, the sickening thud of my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't care about the pain in my legs, the sharp rocks pressing into my skin as I barreled forward. I had to escape. The trail was slipping away behind me as the woods grew denser, but up ahead, I saw it, the faint golden glow of the streetlights through the trees. I pushed harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the taste of fear sharp in my throat. I was almost there. I was almost out of the woods. I could hear him behind me again, the sound of his footsteps heavier now, closer. Every step he took seemed to shake the ground beneath me, the wet leaves squelching under his boots, getting louder and louder. He was catching up, I could hear it. My legs felt like they were made of lead, and with every ounce of energy I had left, I pushed myself forward. Just as I reached the edge of the woods, I heard him scream. It wasn't a shout or a yell, but a low, guttural sound, something that tore through the storm, sending a chill straight through my bones. But I didn't look back, not even for a second. I burst out of the trees and onto the gravel road that ran through the neighborhood. My eyes were blurry from the rain and tears, but I didn't stop. I didn't care how fast I was running, how far I was from the woods. I just had to get to safety. I didn't even notice the house I was running toward until I reached its door. An elderly couple lived there, Mr. and Mrs. Perkins. They had always been friendly to me whenever I passed by, always waving or stopping for a quick chat. I banged on the door, desperate, breathless, and almost out of my mind with panic. The rain was coming down so hard now that I could barely hear my own pounding on the door, but I didn't stop. After what felt like forever, the door creaked open. Mrs. Perkins' pale, shocked face appeared in the crack. She looked me over, my soaked clothes, my terrified expression, and without a word, she ushered me inside. "Call the police!" I managed to shout, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "Call the police now!" She didn't question me. The door slammed shut behind me, and I collapsed onto the floor, my knees buckling beneath me. My whole body was shaking, my clothes dripping with rain, and my mind racing as I tried to catch my breath. The police arrived not long after, but by then, the woods were completely empty. The storm was starting to let up, but the terror it had caused would never leave me. They searched the area for hours, combing through the woods, but there was no trace of anyone, no footprints leading anywhere, no sign of struggle, nothing. All they found were deep boot prints in the mud, leading back into the darkness of the trees. I don't know who he was. I don't know what he wanted or why he decided to follow me that night. But I do know this. I've never walked those woods again, and I never will. And every time the storm comes back, I can't help but wonder if I'll ever see him again. That's it for today's tale from Shivering Vault. If you have a story worth sharing, drop it in the comments or send it our way. Don't forget to subscribe and share with your fellow thrill seekers. As always, the Shivering Vault thanks you for unlocking today's tale. Until next time, the vault awaits your return.